What's up, everybody? It's me, Jum Jumington, former CEO of Jumington Dynamics, broadcasting live from the Jumington Dynamics auxiliary hazardous material storage facility somewhere in the world. How's it going, everybody, on this fabulous Sunday afternoon? What's up, Flash? What's up, Judd? What's up, Buttercast? What's up, Silas? How's it going, y'all? Hopefully your weekend's been good. I've just been wrestling with the I shouldn't say that when I'm really wrestling. I'm struggling to maintain order with the new puppy and keep him happy and fed. And I gotta post a meme after the stream of the dog, but he's developed some habits that were quite troubling to me. Attacks share pic. I don't have any pictures on this computer. I promise I will have a picture next time. Because I only have a few pictures. He's been really difficult to take pictures of because once the camera comes out, he's like, eat food? You're holding something in your hand. That's for me. So like every time I've tried to take a picture of him, I don't get a chance to like hit the button before he lunges at me. He is a mixed breed, a mystery mix. His fur coloring looks a lot like our last dog. And he's about that size, but he's just a little puppy. Yep. So he's gonna be bigger. There's some debate because nobody knows what kind of dog he is. That's the thing with like mixed breed dogs. Like, unless you got papers, like who the hell knows? You could look at it and be like, it kind of looks like these dogs, but you never can tell. His face kind of has like a hound look to it, but we won't know. It's like the Yoshi egg. You just got to let it hatch and then you'll find out what it is. We just got to wait for him to grow and see like how many legs he ends up with and if the wings come in or not, as you do with the dogs. But he's been nice. I've been watching Shudder. I just turn on Shudder and let it play whatever movies it's playing, and he hangs out with me. And when he gets a little anxious, I play with him. Take him out frequently. We're still trying to get him house trained, which he's getting better. He's getting better. But this week he's going to have to start crate training because one or both of us are going to be out of the house. So they previously they're just leaving him alone in the house, and he has so far chewed through the power cable for one of their Amazon devices, which honestly nobody uses it. They just not replace that. They had a motorized recliner. He chewed through the remote on that and one of the power supplies, which is, I don't know why it has two. I guess the second one is for the vibrate motor. And these are things that are like luckily pretty easy to replace. Like I've already purchased the replacements for them, but I'm not installing them until I get this scared. So what happens is he gets anxious when nobody's around and then wanders around, and if he can access something, he'll chew it. I found bite marks on lamp cords. That was very concerning. It's like, oh, this dog is gonna fry himself. So I've erected several cardboard walls that have so far kept him out of this stuff, but it's just better to get him used to that, because it's, you know, he's gonna have to do that. A lot of people don't like that, but it's get a baby gate. We would, it is just like impossible. Like there's so much stuff he could access. Like I've closed some of this stuff off, but we don't really have like a room we can like secure him in. So that's where like the crate comes in. So I've been feeding him in there and putting treats in there for him and getting him comfortable with that, which now just means he goes in there when he's hungry and like tears it all up looking for food. But he's coming along. He's not very, he was only a couple months old. So it takes a while. I just wish he would stop chewing on me. He likes the taste of my synthetic pork flesh. What's his name? My nephew named him Arthur. My nephew, who really loves Red Dead Redemption and Red Dead Redemption 2, who's really obsessed with it, decided his name should be Arthur. Yummy finger. Yeah. I mean, he takes after me. He knows what the delicious parts are. And like, I'm okay with that. I'm like, I don't know if I should be okay with this. Like, it doesn't hurt that much. He's just playing. trying to get him something to chew on, and he just like slaps it out of my hand and goes back to the hand. But sometimes I'll just be sitting there, and all of a sudden he will lock his whole mouth across my forearm, and I'm just like, and he starts pulling on it. Like, where do you think you're gonna go with this? You can't take it with you. It'll hurt when it gets big. So the thing is, this is my experience. I could be wrong. I'm no Dr. Doolittle here. When dogs are young, that's one of their forms of play is they bite. But part of that is learning how hard they can bite without hurting you. So you have to let them know that they're hurting you, so they don't bite as hard. But like that's just like a play that they do. Also, kind of teething probably is part of it too. But most of the time when he chews on stuff, it's out of boredom or anxiety. Ryan, no. I'm talking about a dog. What's up, Brian? I'm not unbonking that. I won't do it. Even though I think it's fine. Curse you and YouTube. Yeah, I agree with that sentiment. This movie about Arthur, I mean, was Arthur the big red? No, that's Clifford. Clifford the big red dog. And then there's Arthur the Aardvark, which my nephew knows nothing about. And then there's the movie Arthur about the drunk guy. Yeah, but he's like, well, name him Arthur. I'm like, okay, sure, buddy. So that's been occupying my time. It's likely gonna mean, I should just like start throwing this out now. It's not gonna mean after October is over, there will be like 1 or 2 less streams a week. Just so I can, just for a little while, so I can spend more time trying to get the dog trained and like get him acclimated. Because right now they're just like shutting every door in the house, and like that's not really good for like the heating and stuff. It throws everything out of whack. So I'd like to be able to have them not have to do that. So I got to spend more time with the dog and deal with that. And I still got, other stuff going on in the family that I got to take care of. I've been doing a lot of streaming this month, extra stuff. Every week, and it's starting to impede my offline activities. I'm starting to get behind on some stuff. I got some good stuff done this week, but a lot of that's because the time I would normally have to just like hang out in my cavern and work on that, continue my tunneling operations and so forth. I'm now over there watching the dog, and I'm still gonna have to do that a little bit, but I gotta find some kind of balance there, because I can't do the work I need to do while watching the dog, and I can't bring him into the cave. That would just be a disaster. So that's where we're at. But that's not what we're here doing today. Let him gnaw on you while you work. I'm less concerned with him gnawing on me and more concerned with him gnawing on the innumerable wires here. Because every one of these consoles here has, video and audio cables to it. There's all kinds of wires everywhere. What's up, Perhenmo? Juicy like me. How was a collab yesterday? Oh, I believe I told you to stream it. I ran out of patience like immediately. So we were trying to play Outlast Trials. There was a new update. It didn't automatically update for me. I don't know why. That kind of irritated me. So I'm waiting for the update. And that's when I find out, because I didn't look at it at all. They're just like, hey, you want to play Outlast Trials? And like, that's all I thought about it. I'm like, yeah, okay. We'll just, that was kind of fun. I'll give it another shot. And then we get in, and like the game keeps disconnecting. I can't keep a connection to the server. You have to watch a tutorial video before you can do the new game mode. I got halfway through the video and it just kicked me out, and I was just stuck, unable to move or do anything. So I just had to close the game and load back in. So finally, after like half an hour or more, we give up on the new game mode, which has a level cap too, which I don't hit. And there's at least one other person, I forget who, didn't hit the level cap. So like we just couldn't get that game mode working. And we're reading the release notes, and it's like, yeah, you may not be able to invade people in your friend list. And then I'm getting like saltier too, because like, you know, someone's trying to diagnose and like troubleshoot the problems, and it's like you're grasping at straws. The thing's just broke. There's nothing we can change to do it. Like, well, maybe the problem is that you have your Steam set up so that people can't see what game you're playing. And at that point, I just about lost it. I'm like, nah, man. Like, I'm not changing it. First off, if that is the case, which is pretty far-fetched, that's a terrible setup on their end. I show up online. That's all you need. And I'm not going to change that. I'm not going to lower my privacy settings for this. So after like, okay, well, you guys are trying to figure that out. I'm not streaming. I'm just going to go do a solo game to try and like get some experience points to get my level up. And I got like 2 minutes into a map and it just disconnects me. It's like, all right, I'm done. I'll see you guys later. I'm not doing this anymore. So I don't know if I'll be back for Outlast Trials. I had just enough fun playing it the first time to want to come back and play it again, but it sounds like it's really broken right now. And I think a lot of the problem is that now you can, depending on your settings, you can get randomly invaded if you play that game mode by other random people. And we could not invade each other, but someone at a much higher level was able to invade their game and just like annihilate them. And it's like, well, this just sounds like garbage. So no, thank you. Yeah. I'd be honest, I wasn't super disappointed. That's not my most favorite game in the world. It would have been fun to play it, but after like screwing around for like half an hour of just like, well, what if we did this other thing that is essentially the same thing we've already done twice? That didn't work. What if we did it again, but we just kind of shuffled the chairs a little bit, and it's like, you're not changing anything. This just doesn't work. Let's just move on. Smells like poop. It's poop. Yeah. I don't know. This is the problem with like live service games, is that often they will just break stuff. And in their desperation to add more stuff, eventually every game just becomes the same thing. What's up, Joshua? How's it going? How you doing? Welcome in. All right, well, let's roll over to the game screen. Tell me I have a big collab. I'm not unhappy I wasn't invited. It depends on what game we're playing. I mean, I like playing like Phasmophobia, and I had fun eventually with Devour. I like all that stuff, but that's another reason. Like, I just don't do like a ton of the collabs, because a lot of times it's games that I'm like, oh, that? Yeah, I don't want to play that game. Played Infinity and then went downhill. Yeah, I mean, it's a crapshoot. That's not 4, not the 6. I wouldn't play if Phasmophobia offered like a higher player count. I would do it, but at that, I would only be willing to do that for like the really large maps. I'd be fine with going in like rolling 6 to 10 people deep on like high school or the prison or whatever, and just watching everyone get annihilated, but not. Yeah, you should have like 10 people in Phasmophobia, and you go to like Willow Street. People are just walking all over each other. Everyone's just talking over each other. Ugh. Foreign and Tangle was already too much. Yeah. But we don't do a lot of the big maps because they just end up being hell. Nobody turns any lights on. I always want to yell at you guys. Nobody's turning lights on. You're just walking around in the dark. Your sanity is just like draining at light speed. Turn on them dang lights. All right, we're gonna look at the manual. It's a beastly one here. We're gonna get this loaded up here. All right, here we go. People know that light equals good. Since you get your flashlight and it's like, I can see fine. Like, no, stay out of the shadows, stay out of the darkness. Surely a good game, but they had to do their free service thing at the end. Yeah, I mean, that's if a game is constantly getting updated and they're adding new stuff, there's no guarantee that what they add is going to be actually decent. So today we're playing Otogirisō, a sound novel from Chunsoft. Let me play some music here while I'm waiting. Yeah, this is good. All right, so we're looking at the instruction manual. Greetings! Thank you very much for purchasing Otogirisō for the Super Famicom. It is the first title produced under the Chunsoft brand, a beautiful, innovative title which we believe will change the course of computer games. And it sort of did. We hope from the bottom of our hearts that you will enjoy this new world brought to you by Chunsoft. Chunsoft, if you're not familiar, is the developer of the early Dragon Quest games on the Famicom. And this was their first game where they struck out on their own to do their own thing. Please read this instruction manual in its entirety so you'll be able to use the game properly and keep the manual stored in a safe place. The usual cautions. Just off the Chinese knockoff Squaresoft. No, I think I don't know their exact foundation date, but given that like Dragon Quest predates Final Fantasy, like Chunsoft's been in the game. They've probably been at it just about as long, because Squaresoft had other games before Final Fantasy, before like the big ones they're known for. They're now Spike Chunsoft. I think they're owned by a larger group. There is, in the description of this video, there's two links. One is to the English translation for this game, if you want to check it out for yourself. The second one is a link to a video from Bowl of Lentils on Chunsoft and the history of their sound novels. Because sound novel is really interesting. It's essentially visual novels. Before visual novel was really that big of a term, and they set a lot of standards that other visual novels followed up on. It's very influential. A lot of the stuff never made it outside of Japan, though. Let's just take a look. What is a sound? I really like their little sound novel logo. What is a sound novel? A sound novel is a new world in the Super Famicom software library. Brought to you by Chunsoft. Brought to you by, what was that? Brought to you by Hardee's. It was made for blind gamers. No. No, because you have to read a lot. So it's actually the opposite, because you have to know how to start the game. Yeah, they call it a sound novel, but it's reading a book, but with sound. Essentially, I'll spoil it for you. Trying to get novels so difficult. Yeah, like the visual novels, or you're not just talking about like the reading in general. It's if you find something that has like subject matter that's really engaging, that helps. If you just grab some random thing, you may not like connect to the story at all. As the name suggests, it's a novel with sounds added. Power it on and start reading, just as you might read one of your favorite books. The original prototype of this that they showed to retailers had no graphics. They're just like, yeah, you just read this, and like, man, that ain't gonna sell. And they had to go back and add graphics in quickly. Scenery pictures. Let us explain how this game is different from an ordinary novel. The first thing would have to be the background graphics, showing the events in the story. Among these are what could be described as moving illustrations that tie the tale together using various effects. Of course, these screens make full use of the Super Famicom's hardware, with some realistic animations. Quote, realistic. We hope that they will inspire your imagination and that they help bring the story to life. Powerful stereo sound. This is also like, wow, stereo? Wow. Spanish girls would say making it tight. That is again a different product right there, Brandmo. Powerful stereo sound. And there's something else that adds to the atmosphere, the sound. The Super Famicom hardware provides a vast library of sounds, which allows for impressive sound effects and BGM to really give you a sense of presence. Doors creak open, footsteps can be heard coming closer and closer, and even screams have been sampled and reproduced in stereo. This is what provided the inspiration for the name Sound Novel. This game could be a CDI game. It could. It very well could. Multi-scenario system. Saying that's how it went to me. Doubtful, because like even though those companies like companies that made that stuff could be successful, like there is a lot of like pushback on that stuff. There's a lot of companies producing it, but a lot of like retailers especially be like, I don't know. Multi-scenario system. Unlike ordinary novels, this story branches out, allowing for more depth to be added to the tale. At times, you'll have to make decisions that will greatly impact how the story plays out. There are no wrong answers, but even so, a careless move may lead to horrifying results. Your choices don't just impact the events of the story, by the way. There's more than one ending after all. You can play through it as many times as you like to see all the different endings. Autosave features. Autosave system in place so you can just focus on reading without worrying about passwords or save commands. Your game will be saved as you play automatically at the last page you've read. Even if the power gets switched off accidentally, rest assured you'll be able to resume reading from where you stand. A little note on how to enjoy stereo sound at a time where a lot of display TVs would not have stereo output. When I watch Jim uses his ASMR voice. I don't know. Is this good? I don't have a really good microphone for the ASMR. Oh, ASMR Uncle Jum. All right. Now I was very troubled that you got banned on PlayStation Network again. And I'm not angry with you. I'm not mad. But I just think we should talk about how it is that you're using the service that is resulting in these bans and see what we can do in the future to avoid this. And if somebody's bullying you, then you really got to let us know. But I think you know who you might have talked to on this. Well, yes, I know they can ban you just for saying hello. But can we take a look at your message? Oh no, PlayStation deletes the message that you got banned for. Well, that's not helpful. Okay, well, I'm starting to lean more on your side. Curious, is this game the first autosave? I don't think so. It may be the first like console autosave, but even that I assume that it's probably been done before. PCs had autosave functions before this too. A lot of games just weren't structured for it, and so I think that's like thinking of the games of the time. Like this is definitely like structured in a way that would support it. That is a good question, Chud, and now I'm curious. I don't know if I could easily find an answer for that. I like that they recommend that you hook the audio up to stereo speaker system or cassette player if your TV doesn't have stereo, which is pretty neat. Welcome to the world of Otogirisō. It's the first sound novel ever and a thrilling suspense horror story. Otogirisō is another name for Hypericum perforatum. I don't know, I'm getting all fancy with it. Or St. John's wort. An actual plant with leaves that look like they got hit by a spray of blood. The story begins as a young couple find themselves entering a mansion in the middle of the woods. Many mysteries await them within it, along with all sorts of strange phenomenon. And what truth awaits the two of them in the end? One summer evening, a young man and woman were driving down a winding mountain road. You take the role of the young man. The young woman is named Nami. The two of you attend the same college. While driving back home from an out-of-town date, you got into an accident. The car's brakes suddenly stopped working, leaving the car totaled and the two of you clueless about where to go until you spotted the mailbox of a nearby home. Together, you trudged through the woods, struck by the rain and trembling from the lightning. Nami was looking more and more displeased. Emerging from the woods, you found an old Western-style mansion gated off with high walls. Otogirisō, it's a real plant! There's a creepy story that many years ago, a falconer cut down his younger brother, splashing his blood upon the leaves of this plant, which really does exist. It grows in the wild in mountainous regions that get a lot of sunlight. It's about 30 to 60 centimeters tall, or 10 to 20 inches. Its yellow flowers bloom from July to September, and it's said that the leaves can be used to stop wounds from bleeding. This plant will play a big role in the story. Splatterhouse Saw Novel Edition. Look, the Splatterhouse Saw Novel Edition will just be like somebody like slapping and squeezing like bloody raw meat with footsteps added in occasionally. A message from the author. This production will take people's breath away. I can say that with confidence. As someone who writes scripts for TV dramas, video games have always been something of a promised land, a new American continent. I thought to myself, oh, if only I could make a dream drama using this medium. Sorry, the font's kind of wonky for me. I wanted to do it before anyone else. To be Columbus, to be that first pioneer, to make something that would shift software as we have known it, from having gameplay all at its core to having drama at its core. I dreamed about what sort of dramas I could tell through the medium of gaming software. It was an exciting dream to have. If it could be done, then would alter the course of gaming history. The medium of gaming software can excite and move people in unprecedented ways to a far greater extent than modern TV, movies, and books have. That's what fired me up about this project. I wasn't alone. I had the brightest minds working with me. The people who brought the legendary Dragon Quest to life were lending me their support. We made it happen. The best team in Japan. The smartest people working together in combination with some dramatic writing, and it happened. I had faith that it would, and reality now reflects that. Otogirisō, which you now hold in your hands, is our first collaboration, and it is a piece of art that we present to you with the utmost confidence. Shukei Nagasaka, fall 1991. back then when everything had been invented. Yeah, I mean, I think there's still room for stuff, but it's hard to find it, especially for the big companies, because most of them only want to invest in the safe bet. So everything's got to have an anchor point. It's got to be, you know, a Souls-like, right? It's got to be, it's like this game, but with this, right? Well, there's still new stuff going out there. A 40p sans serif font. Yeah, it's a PDF, but it's pretty not too easy on my eyes here. Shukei Nagasaka is a scriptwriter and author born in Aichi Prefecture in 1941. He received the Edogawa Rampo Prize in 1989 for the Asakusa Inokin Ichiza no Arashi. He's currently working on a scriptwriter for TV dramas. I found it very interesting in this time where they had people who were writing for TV, writing for video games. I think that's a lot of why Resident Evil 2, the original Resident Evil 2, was so good that they brought in a TV drama writer for it. Against your eyes that are taking the hit. Yeah, I don't even know why I made it this large, because I don't think anyone's gonna read this. So first time playing, you put a name in. The bookmarks, this is all just like the game. On a bookmark, you'll find the player's name, how many times they progressed to an ending, how many pages they've read, and how many choices you've made. There's 3 bookmarks, so 3 different players can progress independently. You can start it, delete it. Cancel out. Explanation of the controls. So avoid pyramids, horses, and Dominions games out there. Yeah, I mean, you look at something new. Look at like Arctic eggs. You're just cooking eggs, really weirdly, in a frying pan. It's a very oddball game. The L button, like the A button, this will turn to the next page or confirm the choices you make. The start button is only used at the start. The R button isn't used in this game. The X button will let you flip back to pages you've read. The B button, when entering a name, this will function as a backspace, but it isn't used during actual gameplay. The Y button, this will let you move forward past pages you've read through. That'll be useful. A button, like the L button, this will turn to the next page or confirm the choice you've made. Select button is used in the game. The control pad moves the cursor in selections. Once you start reading the story, each screen will display the text, known as the game's reading mode, and selection screens will sometimes appear here too. In reading mode, you can also turn back to pages you've already read or move forward through them as well. Forward and back, turn back, move text, put our name in there. English translation credits. Translation by Tom Hagen, DDS, Title Graphics, Flash, PV, English manual editing. I always love when you get fan translation projects and they translate the manual. It's just me here, like the Super NES controller. That is exactly it, because this is on the Super NES, Super Famicom, the Japanese Super Nintendo. Same difference, same deal. Story evolves. Multi-scenario system. Please don't be satisfied with seeing only one ending. The multi-scenario system means that as you make your way through the game multiple times, you can expand the range of possible choices available to you. So there's a spreadsheet of all the possible outcomes for this game. Just put that away for now. Put it up for me in case I need it. Let me see if I can quickly find the flow chart for this. All right, let's bring this image in here. So here's the flow chart for the game. the different choices and outcomes. This is one page. There's multiple pages of this too. Just let your eyeballs burn on that for a second. But this is pretty typical if you play games that have multiple diverging outcomes, different paths you can take. There you go. Just get rid of that. the visual novels work. Yeah, at the time, Silas, this was still relatively new. It's not that complicated. You got 100%. I probably will. I don't know if I'll do it all on stream. I certainly don't imagine I'll do it all today. All right. Bring the game in here. Chunsoft. The first FromSoft game. What is the first FromSoft game? Because they made something before Kingsfield. They made a bunch of stuff before that. I will do Kingsfield. Probably play all the Kingsfield games before I even touch like an actual like later days Souls game. Some hard game nobody remembers. If it was a couple of years ago, I would buy that. But like, there's so much attention on them now that like people have dug through like everything they've produced. So I don't know if you can say there's like anything forgotten. Even the stuff that was not good, people are back. Yep, Kingsfield was their first game. Kingsfield, Armored Core, Shadow Tower, Echo Knight, Frame Gride, Spriggan. That Spriggan, it is based off of the manga series. Spriggan was very cool. Put your saw, but you can't fight. I need some of those. The Echo Knight, Eternal Ring, Evergrace. The Adventures of Cookie and Cream. And I still see people talk about that. Here's Kingdom, more Kingsfield, more Armored Core, Lost Kingdoms. What was the Lost Kingdoms? Lost Kingdoms is the GameCube game. I just saw somebody put a video out of that the other day. Yeah, like even these games, even though I have not played most of these games, like I recognize the name because at some point there's some video about them. All right, let's get into Otogirisō. So the question is always, am I Jum or am I lowercase? I always just end up doing it all uppercase. Because some games, like everything else is written all uppercase, and then you make your name like uppercase then lowercase. It just looks weird. Other times it just looks off. Never know until you get in. I wish when they had naming screens, they would show like example dialogue with your name in it so you could gauge like, is this going to look weird? I'm not Otogiri. Are you? The mountain road was thin and winding. Maybe it's because we were in the mountain shadow, but I felt strangely gloomy looking at the scenery. The trees looked like a parade of corpses. The rocks looked like yokai. I tried to not think of unpleasant things. In the passenger seat, Nami was faintly breathing in her sleep. She was awake earlier, so I guess fishing at the river tired her out. Her sleeping face was beautiful. I was unconsciously glancing at her as I gripped the steering wheel. Yeah, jumps on the car! Nami suddenly screamed. I instinctively slammed on the brake, but there shouldn't be any oncoming cars in the other lane. Nami. Oh, it was just a dream. We do us more spooky stories at midnight. I don't know how many people would tune in for that, but I do enjoy these. I've been wanting to play the I did the first one and then I never got a chance to play the other ones, but I don't know how interesting they were to watch, but I do want to come back and do the other Famicom Detective Club games, which are mostly, reading. Hey, come on. I pretended to poke her. Then I thought that Emily was cute when she did things like that. I felt an ominous premonition and shuddered. We'll go with the cute route. Our cute college girlfriend. Thought that Nami was cute when she did things like that. Those flowers are here too, huh? Nami said that, looking at the scenery. Blooming yellow flowers lined both sides of the road. Ah, those. They're called Otogirisō. Otogirisō? In Japanese, you write it as grass that cuts the younger brother. The game will remember that. It is already saved. I'll have to consult the flow chart later. Huh. That's kind of a creepy name. There's something of a legend behind it. Oh, wow. I want to hear it. So then, I thought I'd scare her just a little. I decided that since I was going to the trouble of telling her, I'd take my time and exaggerate the story. Are you the younger or older brother? Do you mean in like IRL? Or in this game? Because in this game, you are, I believe you're with your girlfriend here. You're on a date on your girlfriend. IRL, I'm the younger brother. My one brother is older than me, but only by a few years. We're pretty close in age. Let's scare her. I thought I'd scare her just a little. When you hold up the flower's round leaves to a light, you can see many black spots. Those represent the grudge-filled blood of the younger brother. The younger brother's blood? Long ago in the Han period, there were two Falconer brothers. For generations, their family passed down a secret medicine for curing hawk's wounds. But then, the recipe was accidentally leaked out to the public because the younger brother told it to his lover. The older brother flew into a rage, and I heard Nami gasp. He slashed his brother's neck with a sword. Nami drew her neck back a little. The spray of blood landed on the leaves. Since then, that flower has been known as Otogirisō. It started to rain, and it looked like the Otogirisō nearby waved all at once. What a sad story. How could someone kill his own brother? Her eyes filled with tears a little. I accidentally made Nami, an only child, feel sentimental. Why did I have the urge to cut Jum with grass? Don't slice me, please. I thought I might have gone a little too far. I tried to change the subject and asked, Nami, are you hungry? I'm not going to admit to any faults. That wasn't nothing. Let's just ply her with food. I tried to change the subject and asked, Nami, are you hungry? Why? What? You know, it's for the stream, you know. Some beautiful trees. There's some nice looking trees right there. Considering like the short time span they did the graphics, I think the graphics are very nice because they weren't originally intending to have any graphics on the screen. Tried to change the subject and asked, Nami, are you hungry? Hey, more importantly, are we going the right way? I feel like the coming scenery is very different, but I felt the same when she said that. I think this is right, but oh, it says you said. Weird, it must be a shortcut. It must be a shortcut. Just keep the gas lighting. Oh, it says you said. Weird, it must be a shortcut. Is a certain someone being careless? Nami treated me with contempt when she said that. This isn't the time for jokes like that. We have to hurry. I stepped on the accelerator. Ah! I sharply steered out of the way. I somehow dodged the oncoming car, but my own car was barreling down the hilly road. That's weird. The brake isn't responding. Better animation, One Punch Man season 3. Yeah, I don't think I ever saw it. The third season. I was like, that was a show like, yeah, I think I get it. No, I got it. I don't know how they keep going with it. It's like, yeah, man punch real good. Mm-hmm. Time to isekai. We miss the isekai bus. We'll never wake up with our cell phones in another world with our cheat skill. I'd want to be that vending machine personally. I'd get isekai if I could be a vending machine in a fantasy world. As a vending machine. That's my favorite isekai. It's the only one I want to watch. The rest of it's all garbage. None of it makes sense. Come back as a vending machine? Doesn't get better than that. Although I do like the ones where the guy's cooking stuff. But fortunately, honestly, there's a couple of those. There's one particular one I enjoy. But I don't remember the name because there's like 3 of them now. The car suddenly sped up. Jumps on the brake. I'm stepping on it. It's not responding. Going to Konosuba just to slap Aqua across the face. I think it is campfire cooking, Ryan. I think that's the one. I don't know what the other ones are called then. Where the guy gets like the lightning wolf familiar. I love when he like dumps out his extra dimensional space full of like dead animals, and they're like, these are all legendary. Where did you get these? Like, I was hunting. What's up, Skyo? Vending machine, I'd vend instruction manuals that detail battles adventurers would have, but would charge a premium. You mean the vending machine that sells the books that boost your stats in River City Ransom? It's not responding. Do something. On the left was a big tree. The right, a river. It's okay. I pulled the parking brake. I'll go to that big tree. I steered left. I'll plunge the car into the river. I steered right. Now, honestly, none of these are good options. The parking brake is not really good to try and stop the car, but I like the odds of that more than ramming into a big tree or flying into a river. You may think like going into a body of water, like, oh, it'll be a soft, cushiony blow. No, you're better off driving into a brick wall. You'll just break your neck. Dead on impact. No thanks. Good meal. Take it easy date. Nice. What's up, Brother Doom? How you doing? I'm sure looking back at my stream of the collab last night, it's still funny how bad it went. Yeah, it was my patience evaporated like immediately. By the time the stream actually started, I was just like, let's try the parking brake. That's okay. I pulled the parking brake. Nothing. I refuse to die. Screaming, I stepped on the brake again to no avail. Kia! Now he covered her face. I also instinctively shut my eyes as I kept screaming deliriously. Jump-san. Huh? I opened my eyes and the car had stopped. Nami was hanging her head and blushing a little. Did I shout something embarrassing at the last moment? No way. Did I say I love her? Hiding my embarrassment, I said, yeah, that's just the worst thing ever. You should have just hit that tree rather than admit that. What a nightmare. Hiding my embarrassment, I said, are you okay? Like I said, mountain roads are scary. We'll just keep being the manly man here. Now she wants to get married. Ugh. I guess we're having children now. Shouldn't have said anything. I'm just playing the part of this particular playthrough of the guy who never admits anything. I am concerned if she's okay. But I like this one. Oh! Damn! Kia! Lightning struck the top of a tree right in front of us. In an instant, it split right in two and burst into flames. It's falling down! We jumped out of the car. Oh no! Jumps on your car! The falling tree crushed my car. Well, we're never going to win that street race now. Plans to play GTA. Look, if you want to see all the options in this game, you got to explore all the options. And that includes being a creepy weirdo. The ceiling caved in. The windshield shattered. It was a tragic sight. It's okay. At least we got out safely. I said that while trying as hard as possible to hide my frustration. You think we can remodel it as a convertible? Oh, that idea was... The car lit on fire. Oh no! That dream was short-lived. I was an idiot to dream of that for even one moment. It's impossible anyway. Remodeling a regular car into a convertible only would have made it look worse. I was grumbling and Amy patted my back. Oh, don't be such a sour grape. But more importantly, Jum-san, what should we do? The car's scrapped and it's raining. Amy sounded anxious. Also anxious, I approached Amy. For now, let's look for a road. I looked for a light off in the distance. Yeah, you just gotta be the tough guy. I looked for a light off in the distance. Beyond the grassy area, I saw a small light shaking. Nami, let's go that way to get shelter from the rain. I took a bag with a flashlight and a change of clothes from the crushed car. The rain became intense. Yeah! Nami clung to me. The rain's getting worse. Let's hurry. Ah! Nami and I screamed at the same time. Nearby, yellow flowers were growing all over the place. All Otogirisō. Otogirisō. Oh, they were like a guidepost leading us towards the light. You can't place Nami to stay alive. Man's gotta eat. What do you say the human race? What do you mean we're gonna save the human race? We just got in a we just got in a car accident. The human race is fine. They'll do fine without us. We're trying to get it out of the rain. Plus Jum-san doesn't want none of that. He'd be too embarrassed. He would need a blindfold to pull that off. They do need that cannibalize option. That'd be a very short game. Like, just eat your girlfriend. Okay, well, I've got this burning car to cook it on. It's all going to work out great. They don't give me that option, though. Not enough games let me cook and eat my enemies, and that's sad. I said, for now, let's go look, Nami. I wonder if we'd better not go. Now let's go. Onward towards adventure. For now, let's go take a look, Nami. Okay. We continued walking. Suddenly, Nami stopped walking. Nami. She said nothing and pointed ahead. Woo. Japanese game developers love setting things in Western style mansions. I like to envision the world where there's just tons of these isolated Western style mansions all over the Japanese countryside. It was an old Western style mansion. Not including a light from a window, there was a strange light around the outline of the mansion that made it look blue. That mansion, Nami gulped. It's like it's glowing on its own. Yeah. I noticed goosebumps coming up my spine. Jum-san, shall we go? When Nami asked me that, I decided to meekly turn back. I daringly decided to go. I'm a manly man. It's a good test of our courage. Let's go. Jum-san, your voice is shaking. Oh, I was just using my vibrato. Don't overdo it. Let's turn back. I wanted to do that, but I didn't want Nami to think I was an unreliable man. That's right, you gotta be a manly man. Let's run. Stay quiet and come with me. My voice shook again. We ran, falling behind Nami by 5 meters because of her feet like a Japanese sero. I reached the front of the gate. No, Silas! No! What's up, Anochi? Welcome in. How you doing? It's me, Jum-san. Oh, it's that goat that it's that goat. That goat that kept killing us in the fishing game. It's like, what exactly is this? This creature that she has feet like? Let me pull it up for you. This is what Nami has feet like. But also, do you recognize this guy from the River King? I couldn't figure out, like, he seemed like he had some kind of collar. This guy killed us so many times. Just rolled in and beat us to death repeatedly. A fluff. Dog headbutted my head. I'm just laying down feeling dizzy. Yikes. Yeah, dogs got dogs got thick skulls, man. At times, like, even like petting my dog, especially my my older dog, Jubei, it had a just like a solid brick for a skull. And sometimes I'd be petting him, or he'd be sitting next to me, and he would just get up suddenly and just bonk me. The Japanese devil goat. Let's go in. Then, I didn't want to scare Nami, so I was going to go in without hesitation. I wasn't sure if we should really go in. No, I'm sure we should really go in. I don't want to scare Nami, so I was going to go in without hesitation. Wet from the rain, the heavy gate doors had a black luster. When I pushed them, they opened without resistance. Excuse us! We politely bowed towards the mansion and stepped through the gates. Yellow flowers were blooming like crazy in the large garden. All Otogirisō. Then something passed by. Oh! A cat! Ow. What? A cat? Oh, you surprised us. Nami said, it's a black cat. It turned its head to us. Its whole body twisted and shined in a green light. That was strange. A green cat? The green cat quickly ran off beyond the wildly blooming Otogirisō. You may accidentally bite my lower lip too. Yikes. Yikes. I didn't say you could enter. It's too late now. Jum-san. Without a moment's delay, I said, our eyes are a little tired. It must be the lighting. Hey, it must be the lighting. Then a wind blew, stronger than any other so far. The countless yellow flowers rustled in a wave. The wave traveled from the gate to the mansion. Finally, I thought it made the mansion itself move and shake before it disappeared. I got an ill feeling in my stomach, like I'd seen something sinister, and stood stock still in the rain. Hey! Nami put her hand up to her ear. Don't you hear something? Something rustling? Eh? The grass in the wind? No, something else. Suddenly, a spotted snake came out from the grass. It opened its mouth wide to show sharp fangs. Hey, the sound is... What are you saying? It's a snake! A snake! I took Nami's hand and ran to the mansion in a panic. Running, Nami screamed, Hey, wasn't that a rattlesnake now? What's that doing in a place like this? How would I know? Ask the snake. Its poison is deadly. It'd bite me if I tried that. Ranting and raving, we ran away at full speed. When we ran up to the stone steps at the entrance and looked back, the snake was still swiftly chasing us on the brick road. I grabbed the doorknob, but it was locked and didn't open even after pushing and pulling. Excuse us! Please open the door! Excuse us! No response at all from inside. Nami shrieked, Jump-san, it's coming this way! I considered breaking the window to the right side of the entrance. I threw myself at the door with all my strength. Just ram that door, baby. Jim's worst nightmare. It is. My jimmies are rustled. My worst nightmare would be like just a rattlesnake. Do they have rattlesnakes in Japan? Someone importing rattlesnakes and just dropping them in there. This music's good, really fits the scene. Yeah, I love the soundtrack to this game. Ram that door. I put all my strength into my right shoulder and threw myself at the door. Fortunately, the door was old. After 2 or 3 hits, the lock broke. I tumbled into the mansion from using too much force. Now he said, now it won't get in here. Oh no, you're bleeding. What's up, Cuby? Welcome in. How you doing? The rattlesnakes don't chase people. Maybe not American rattlesnakes. This is a Japanese-born rattlesnake. They've been training them. Possibly. Could be a ghost snake, too. We just don't have all the info yet. Blood was flowing out of a cut on the back of my left hand. When Ami took my hand, I said, oh, it's okay. I can handle it. I licked the cut. No, you really have to get that treated. Nami took a handkerchief out of her pocket and rolled it around my hand. It faintly smelled of roses. This is all I can do for now, but later I'll do it properly. Thanks. Oh, this is embarrassing. Besides that, I end up breaking it. Do you think the owner will punish us when they find out? Horse whipping time! We'll apologize first. I got up and looked around. The foyer was huge. The atrium hall went up to the second floor. A big chandelier was hanging from the ceiling. There was a big brick fireplace to the left, with some cloth-covered sofas arranged in a U-shape. I faced the back of the house and called out, "May we come in?" "Excuse us, we've come inside." Don't say it. Don't say it. Nami also called out, but no reply. Do you think there's no one here? Yeah, well, I guess not. How about we sit for a moment? I'm tired. I started walking to the sofas. A Western-style armor was next to the fireplace. Is that armor or armoire? No, it's armor. I've seen these from things like TV and pictures, but never in real life. Soldiers from the European Middle Ages wore these in battle. I thought it looked heavy. What do you think that is? Nami tapped my shoulder. Eh? Look, that. Nami pointed to the right side of the entrance hall. A huge water tank was placed right against the wall. The shape was nothing to worry about. The silver borders were common for glass water tanks. The problem was its size. It was strangely big. What do you think is inside? I approached the tank. But because of the churning, muddy water and the moss stuck to the glass, I couldn't tell for sure if anything was in there. I climbed up and tried to stick my hand into it from above. I planned to look into it from above, one way or the other. This man is the Scooby-Doo villain. Shark or piranha? I bet it's full of eels. It sounds organish. Yeah. So the Super Nintendo, the way sound work on the Super Nintendo was all sample-based. So all of the music and everything is composed of samples. But they're very small samples, which is why like the full like vocal opening song for Tales of Fantasia was so impressive because they had to chop it up into very small pieces of audio and stitch them back together in real time. And it worked fairly well, but yeah, all the audio on the Super Nintendo is generated by playing samples through the sound chip. So you get some really good sounds out of it, but you have some like weird limits to do it hand all the way down on the shoulder. That's what I'm doing. Be a man and stick your hand in there. That's my vote. Just put my hand in there. What's the worst that can happen? I climbed up and tried to stick my hand into it from above. Stop! I hurriedly pulled my hand back. What is it? You suddenly screamed. I had a hunch that something awful would happen. She was a little pale. I knew it. It looks like something's there. Look, something splashed. I showed my wet hand. Scared, Demi said, "Hey, cut it out." More importantly, it looks like the owner really isn't here. She looked around the area. If they were here, I think they'd hear our mess from earlier, but how about we look for them? Now, if you're scared, it's fine for you to wait here. No, I'll come too. Then. What's squeaking? The second floor! I knew it. Someone. Let's go look. We climbed the stairs at the entrance. Hey. As we climbed the stairs, Nami spoke softly. If the owner is there, what should we say? We have to honestly say we lost our way on the road. Because besides that... Huh? What is it? I'm sure the armor was over there, wasn't it? I pointed to beside the fireplace. Yeah? Oh? The armor was gone. Silas was right. Scooby-Doo in the house. Well, it's fine. Anyway, let's go see where that sound came from. We made it upstairs, and the hallway branched to the left and right. I'm pretty sure the sound came from here. We headed into the right hallway. Nami asked, which room do you think? Shh. I hear it again. One second. It's some weird buzz here, and I think it's these speakers that you can't hear. 1 second. Okay. I like these ranky-dink little speakers that I sometimes use in here. Not when I'm streaming. Sometimes I just want to put the headphones on and listen to stuff. For some reason, Super Nintendo makes them buzz, which I don't understand because they're nowhere near it, but it's just radiating out. What's the sound? I said, it's here. No reply. Is no one inside? I boldly opened the door. It was dark inside without any signs of people. There was a wooden table in the left corner, plus a desk lamp that was emitting a faint red light. Then I saw another low table to the side. A checkerboard cloth was spread out on it, with a single book on top. We went inside. Ah! The door suddenly closed behind us. Panicking, I turned the doorknob, but without caring about the door, I approached the table to check the book. I screamed, Nami, look at the door! No, that's fine. Let's just look at the book. I'm sure everything's fine. It's gone. It's not fine. It's probably just, probably fell over and rolled down the hallway silently when we weren't looking at it. These old houses, the floors creak. Sometimes things settle and stuff just kind of disappears into the void. It's normal. That's how they do it in America. But without caring about the door, I approached the table to check the book. Ah! My foot caught onto the cord, and the lamp fell to the floor. The red light spread across the floor and lit up a leg of the table. That's what I thought happened, but actually, that wasn't right. The red light lit up the silver spokes of a wheel. Oh, a wheelchair. I thought it was a table, but a person's lap was in the wheelchair. The lamp fell on the floor, lighting up their slippers. Oh, excuse us. We suddenly came into the house. We knocked, but didn't hear any reply. Still confused, I bent down to try to pick up the light on the floor. You don't need to apologize, Nami said something strange. I looked up. Whoa! A mummy was sitting in front of us. The light from the stand went out, and the room went pitch black. The wheelchair started to move? Oh my God! Oh my God! I stepped back. Ah! Nami pulled me to her with my clothes. The creaking of the wheels got closer. My hand shook and the door wouldn't open. Come on, open already! We fell out into the hallway. But it was also pitch black here. I couldn't even tell right from left. Nami! Where's my flashlight? I don't know! I don't remember! Is there anything else I could use as a light? At any rate, let's look for it. Maybe there's a lighter in my pocket. Maybe there's a lighter in my pocket. Could be. Maybe there's a lighter in my pocket. Just as my eyes got a little used to the darkness, the stairs came into view. Over there! We rushed down the stairs. The flashlight was in front of the water tank. God, that's hot. I couldn't hold the lighter any longer. I let go of it, fumbled around for the flashlight, and picked it up. I flipped the switch and faced the second floor. The dim circular light spread out along the upstairs passage. The mummy was gone. Oh, my feet. Naomi weakly fell to her knees. I fell on my backside next to her. At any rate, to think that a mummy, in this modern day Japan, in this the year of our Lord, 1991, did we actually see that? I didn't want to scare Naomi, so I headed for the stairs to check for the mummy on my own. Since I was scared, I asked Naomi if she could go check something for me. Well, just go take a look. Go take a look. I'm not going to do that. I'm a manly man. I'm going to go look for that mummy. I'm going to find it. I'm going to punch it right in the face. How tough could it be? It's in a wheelchair. Don't take that the wrong way. I didn't want to scare Naomi, so I headed for the stairs to check for the mummy on my own. I mean, I guess, now I'm thinking about it, was pushing that chair around on someone's got to have tremendous upper body strength. So maybe fighting it hand to hand is a bad idea. Jumington puncher of Jenkins. You just gotta go box him, man. I'm sure there's a rational explanation and my hand won't just like punch right through it covered in dust and spiders. Where are you going? I heard Nami's voice from behind. I'm going to see if that thing earlier was a real mummy. Won't you cut it out? Please stop. She was terrified. But it bothers me. You're scared too, yeah? We have to make sure what it is. Maybe we were mistaken. That's true, but I'll come back soon. I stepped onto the stairs. Wait! Stop! Wait a minute. Well, I didn't even see a message from you, Ryan. Oh, it just went to the live chat. It didn't even go to like the bonketing. It's in the live chat instead of the top chat. But I see it now. Jump beats up people in wheelchairs. No, I beat up the undead in wheelchairs. If you're undead, I'm gonna beat you up, and I don't care what form you take. Undead child, I'm beating it up. Undead mummy in a wheelchair, I'm gonna beat it up. Use live chat. I never think to switch it. It always just defaults to top chat, and I never think to switch it because it's so rarely like. It, generally speaking, it either like bonks the message and lets me see it, or it just completely like evaporates it. It's only like, you know, every once in a while. I should get in the habit of that. But most of the time I don't really see it. I always use live chat. I just never think to change it until I start seeing people doing that. What's up, Jum Jum? I saw your message. Just didn't get a chance to say hello yet. Filled with fun. Filled with fun. Viva Pinata! Next year marks 20 years of underrated franchise. 2007 PC port running on Steam Deck. I want Rare to make a remaster of both games from modern platforms, including Steam. That would be, I mean, Rare's still part of Microsoft, aren't they? I don't think they've sold them off yet. They don't seem to want to make anything these days. Jim has ignored me on purpose. I have zero control over that. Break is over later. All right, Joshua. Have a good rest of your day. Hope everything goes well. Thanks for dropping by, as always. Catch you on the next one. Sent Rare an email asking if they were ever remastered Viva Pinata games for modern platforms. Yeah, that's good. The more like fan sentiment they get, the better the odds are they're going to do it. At least by some degree. And like the remakes and remasters are a hot thing right now. Wait! Don't go alone. I'll come too. Nami came to my side as I arrived at that room. The door was still open. I fearfully looked inside, but the lamp and book had fallen over in the room. The mummy was gone. How strange. Oh, the lights are back on. They were back to normal. The lamp was emitting a small light again, and the hallway chandelier also began to shine. Oh, a cat. It's a pretty good cat sound. Need a much needed fix. Need to return to Pinata Island. I mean, now is the time because like everyone's doing remasters and remakes now. It seems like there's more of those coming out than new games, which on the one hand, like a lot of companies are doing remasters and remakes because it's cheaper than doing like a brand new IP, a full new project. But the other hand, it just, it feels like a cold indictment of like the modern game industry if it's like the only thing that they can think of to make is something they made 15, 20 years ago. The games in the show for kids entertainment were underrated. I never heard a whole lot about the game, but I wasn't doing a lot of gaming. I only played like a handful of games back when the 360 was new because I was too wrapped up in work. I'm excited to find my local retro game stores copies of independent games on the 360. Nice. Hopefully not too much. Most of the 360 games that I have picked up the past couple of years have been pretty inexpensive. They haven't blown up in price yet. Oh, a cat. A black kitten came out from the table's shadow. Here, kitty. Nami got down on her knees and held the cat in her arms. That's strange. I tilted my head in confusion. Maybe I'm hallucinating? But you saw it too, right? No reply. Nami was obsessed with cuddling with the cat. I picked up the book on the floor. When I opened it, it looked like a diary. It also said diary on the cover. There was a date from 6 years ago. I flipped through the pages and suddenly saw one in deep red. It's blood. Eh? The page was blank, with an Otogirisō inserted like a bookmark. Furthermore, the dark red liquid was sticking to the pages next to it. The blood is still fresh. Peeking into the diary, Nami looked like she'd be sick. I muttered, "No way, is this the mummy's blood? It's the curse of the mummy." I shouldn't look at people's diaries. I could close it. No, we should look. Little did Nami know, the human turned into a cat and they uncovered Sanderson's sister's book. The Pharaoh Khufu's descendant. I mean, we don't really have much to worry about because we're not in the pyramid, so they're just really old. But they're out there spitting blood into their diaries, so let's see why the pages are stuck together. I muttered, "No way, is this the mummy's blood? Hey, what's that sound?" Something was approaching from the hallway. It can't be the armor that disappeared earlier. What's up, Twilly? How's it going? Welcome in. So far, so good. We saw a mummy in a wheelchair. It chased us in the dark. Now a medieval suit of armor is apparently coming down the hallway after us. Don't be stupid. The sound stopped right at the door. Oh, a cat. The kitty jumped out into the hallway from the gap in the door. We held our breath and intently watched the door, but got the feeling that nothing would happen. We stealthily peeked into the hallway from the gap, but nobody else was there. Isn't that weird? Frightened, Nami said, "Hey, I feel creeped out. Let's leave this mansion already." I answered, "Yeah, that sounds wise. No, that's not fun. Yeah, I also feel creeped out, but I have a hunch that we won't be able to escape. No, I've never been in such a strange house before. I'm very curious. I am very curious." Try to scream, but terror takes the sound before you make it. Knocked all the words out. I have a hunch we won't be able to escape, or no, I'm curious. You can't swim. We could swim. I mean, it's the rain, but we're also like lost in the mountains. Our car's on fire. We should try to see if there's a phone somewhere. Yeah, I also feel creeped out, but I have a hunch we won't be able to escape. Nami angrily said, "Why are you saying something like that?" "No, it's just a hunch. Teasing me is fun? Okay. You can have fun by yourself. I'm going home." Nami left the room. "Hey, wait!" I rushed out in a panic, but Nami walked down the stairs alone. "I'm sorry if I offended you." "Wait!" "Goodbye and good night." Nami opened the front door. "Wait!" But when she looked outside, she quickly closed the door. "What's the matter?" Snakes. They're swarming outside. I peeked outside through the keyhole. Several spotted snakes were slithering around. My hunch was right. What? You must be glad. How am I glad? I don't like this either. I don't want to be here. What should we do? Nami sighed. I'm sure people should be here. Let's look for them. Okay, then. Let's look for a phone. Let's look for a phone. We don't need to keep looking for people. We only found a mummy and apparently a suit of armor. Okay, then. Let's look for a phone. Oh, please. There's no way a phone is here. For humans to devour. I mean, it's raining. Like, isn't that a thing that happens in Florida? You get like a heavy rain, like all the snakes come out. They're like, it's bath time. And then they have a party on your lawn and you gotta walk through the snakes. No, thank you. That's why we'll look for one. Why are you getting angry like that? I'm not getting angry, but you're making a scary face. This is my usual expression. I headed to the back of the foyer. Hallways stretched to both the left and right. Which way should we go? I said, let's look in the many doors on the right. Let's look in the fewer doors on the left. Let's look in the fewer doors on the left. We entered the left hallway. But which door? We'll do the ones in the back later. Let's check the ones in the front first. I opened a wooden double door on the left side. Just as I opened the door, a moldy odor got up my nose. The lights were off. I fumbled around and found the light switch. With the lights on, I first noticed a big wooden desk facing us opposite a window. Minus that window, the three walls were filled with bookshelves. It looks like a study. I approached the window and tried to open it. However, like the entrance hall, a slided door was firmly pulled down and didn't budge. No good. I gave up and surveyed the room. It looks like this room hasn't been used in a long time because of the moldy smell. Scattered about on the desk were what looked like tools for fortune-telling, like a crystal ball and tarot cards. Hey, that's... Nami pointed at a bookshelf. A skull was stuck between some books. Some kind of anatomy researcher. I tried to say that like I was joking, but my voice shook. Nami cleared her throat and asked, "Oh, what kinds of books are there?" I tried to hide my embarrassment and read the spines. Black Magic, Fundamentals and Practical Applications. Christ and Fish. Baphomet, The Secret Art of Curses and Revenge. The owner has some strange taste. I'm not going to copy that Baphomet book, man. It is the Sanderson sisters. We found them. Not the type I'd want to become friends with. Honestly, not the type I'd even want to know. Given our circumstances, we can't do anything about it. Let's look somewhere else. We left the study. Just when we walked into the foyer from the hallway, Nami shouted, "Hey, isn't that a phone? Look, under the shelf for the water tank." It really is. It was a black rotary-style phone. Oh, boy. I used to have one of these. When I was real little, my family had one of these phones. And that thing was solid, man. You could easily kill someone by hitting him with that phone. Any part of it. You could just clock someone with a receiver and the thing wouldn't break, but their skull would. Those things were absolutely monstrous. Grandparents had an Apple Red one. Yeah, you go back far enough and they were like, part of the reason that the government broke up Ma Bell, and part of their anti-competitive practices was that the phone company owned the phones. So you could only get a phone from the phone company. Similar to like cable now, where you have to get a cable box and you gotta rent it from them. Same for like cable internet, you get it, but you can buy a cable modem, but like they want you to rent their equipment. With the cable boxes are like the modern equivalent of that, where like you can only watch TV if you buy one of these, get one of these cable boxes. We're going to charge you every month and pay hundreds of dollars over the life of your service rid of this crappy box that we'll never replace with a new one. Hey, we can contact home with this. Nami smiled broadly. But having said that, could people actually find us in a place like this? Let's use the phone anyway. Okay. I held the receiver to my ear. Well, gah! An iron axe brushed past my face. I looked up. Before we knew it, the armor we thought had disappeared earlier was standing next to the water tank. Frightened, I approached it and lifted the cover of his face mask. Inside, it was empty. That's right. Yeah, that's right. Ah! Nami screamed. Nami, what is it? It got cut. That axe that fell over. It cut the phone line. Huh? Panicking, I held the receiver to my ear. I didn't hear anything. I haphazardly spun the dial, but the phone line was dead. It's no use. It's silent. I put the receiver down and stood up. It can't be helped. Let's look for another way. No way! The rings echoed in the large foyer. What? How can it? Hesitating, I took the receiver. Overcome with surprise, I stared at it. I looked at Emily's eyes. Never knew what it was doing. You know, like phone cords are typically like 4 to 6 wires. Usually like a single solid cord copper. Possibly stranded. Probably wouldn't be in this era. It really wouldn't be hard to just rip off the outer shielding and just twist the wires together. You could fix that. Hesitating, I took the receiver. I want to take the receiver. Moshi Moshi. Hello? I didn't hear anything. Hello! A phone rang again. Another phone. A phone was ringing somewhere in the mansion. From over there, too. What's going on? The rings echoed through the area. Hello! I shouted into the receiver in my hand. But as earlier, I didn't hear anything. Who's it from? I don't know. Nobody's there. They stopped ringing. There was another sound from upstairs. Not only strange phones, but noises too. We'll find out whoever's hiding and doing these things to us. Nami pinched my cheek a little. Maybe I was dreaming? It's a poltergeist. I shuddered. Now we're gonna find him. I'm gonna go with this option for now. So we'll go through and explore other options depending on how long this takes to end this. Get like one ending. We woke Mummy Man again. He's upstairs. He's upstairs, like working his arms out, getting the wheels. He's just looking for grease for the wheels so that we can't hear him coming. Let's go Scooby-Doo investigate this. Go find Old Man Jenkins in the mansion. Just then, Nami started to cry. I got angry. Come on already. We know you're here somewhere. Get out here and show yourself. My voice only vainly echoed in the foyer. We'll start looking for you. We'll definitely find you. Just wait. Wait, please don't go alone. Barely looking back at Nami when she shouted, I ran up the stairs. Get out here. Get out here. I went up and banged on a nearby door as hard as I could, but no reply. I'm coming in. Just then, an unbelievably cold air came from inside and engulfed me. My anger dissipated, replaced with a cold chill down my spine. Jump-san? What? This is... The strange presence left Nami petrified behind me at the entrance. A single wood coffin was in the center of the room. It was like Dracula himself was inside. Surrounding it were many lit candles. I reached out my hand as if I was drawn towards it. Nami screamed, Stop! What are you doing? I knew that I was about to do something I shouldn't, but my hand opened the lid on its own. Yellow Otogirisō flowers were crammed inside. A piece of calligraphy paper, cut out in the shape of a person, was on top of them. Revenge was written on it in jet black ink. Revenge. Revenge. Before I knew it, Nami had come to my side. That's it! I remembered! I looked at Nami. The symbolism of Otogirisō. It's revenge. Revenge. Otogirisō symbolizes revenge. She incoherently muttered that while she noticed the human-shaped paper. Nami. She was pale. Let's leave! I grabbed Nami's hand. I feel something horribly ominous. Even someone as dense as me knows that. Let's leave! Almost dragging her outside, I closed the door with both of my hands like I was sealing in something unpleasant. This room is next. I approached the door on the opposite side. Almost crying, Nami asked, You'll still look? I shouted, Yes, because you won't calm down if I don't look. We may have to stay the night here. Simply put, some crazy eccentric could be living in this mansion. We have to find out if they're trying to harm us, or if anyone even lives here at all. I quickly talked on, and Nami said nothing. I thrust the door open. A window at the front, a small desk in the left corner, a bed. It was a very ordinary room. Nothing here. I closed the door. There are some rooms we haven't seen yet over that way. I deliberately said that impersonally. I didn't want to head to the other end of the hallway. Still silent, Nami followed behind me. He didn't check under the bed. They got to get the mirror on the stick. Go look around over there. Anytime I'm watching a movie now and someone's like, let me check under the bed, I'm always just waiting for someone to just jab a screwdriver right into their eyes. It doesn't happen often enough. It happens, but not often enough. Because if I was some horrible presence hiding under a bed, that's what I'd do. Still silent. Nami followed behind me. I checked here before, but just in case, we looked in the room where we found the mummy earlier. But as expected, it wasn't here. The diary was in the same place as before. 2 rooms left. I opened the door opposite the mummy room. Oh! What's the matter? Nami glanced inside and seemed relieved when she looked at me. It looks like a woman's room. Things like the curtains, bed, and wallpaper were all white or light pink. Various ornaments and vases were neatly arranged inside. I knew it. Someone is here. Without knowing why, I was relieved. It really looks like someone is living here. Want to go in and check? No, so far the rooms didn't feel lived in, so I felt like we were exploring and could do some bold things. But when I saw this room, I went a little mad. For some reason, I suddenly felt like we were being rude. I can't go in without her permission when she's not here. Hey, Diga. Welcome back. How you doing? Welcome in. Must be Blind Sanderson Systems room. It's always the Sandersons. They're busy out back digging up the, what was that guy's name? Digging up their zombie servant. Or I'm gonna think of the same thing. It's a woman's room, if you say so. But if she was here, why hasn't she shown herself? There's no way she's hiding somewhere and having fun scaring us. What's up, Gumble? Welcome in. How you doing? Okay, if she does come out, I have to greet her. I want to complain, but let's search in earnest for the owner. I closed the door. Is she in here? I stood in front of the next door. Even so, when I reached for the knob, Nami suddenly grabbed my hand. What? We shouldn't go in here. Are you okay? You look so scared. Hey, let's stop already. She looked serious. What's this all of a sudden? Hey, please, let's stop. I have a very bad hunch about this room in particular. Just not this room. Why? Why not this room? It doesn't matter. Not this room. Don't say strange things. She might be in here. No, I think she's definitely not in there. Let's go downstairs already. She pulled my hand. Come on, this is the only room we haven't checked yet. I shook off Nami's hand and grabbed the knob. But it wouldn't open. What? I guess it's locked? Yeah, so let's stop. Oh, I get it. She's hiding in here to harass us. The Orange Coffee Room, but this one, yeah, it's a different one. Come on, Tachi no Yoro Machi. I think that's the later game. Yeah. Is that did they do the one right after this one? But yeah, this is the same makers. This is the first one they did, Dika. This is Otogirisō. I don't think this has been. I really want to see Banshee's Last Cry. It did get a Windows release and PlayStation Vita release, but I don't think it got released in the US. There was a phone version that I thought had a translation. Machi also would be cool. But yeah, it's the same people. This was the first one they did. So this is like what the success of this led to the next of them. Welcome back, John. Hello! Is anyone there? Hello! No response from beyond the door. Looking more closely, the four corners of the door were nailed shut. A room that won't open. Hey, Jump-san, I'm hungry. What? What are you talking about all of a sudden? I'm serious, my stomach's growling. Won't you look for something to eat? Oh, let's go to the kitchen. I think something's there. But you're also hungry, right? You haven't eaten since lunch. Well, that's true, but hey, let's look for something downstairs. Maybe the house owner is there. Okay, well, eventually, Nami got her way. I don't know, would you want to eat anything in this house? I don't think I would. I don't think I would trust any of the food in this house. Nami went down the stairs, briskly walked ahead alone, and grabbed the doorknob in front of her, almost as if it came naturally to her. No, yeah, I wouldn't. She's acting very suspicious now. She knows too much about this house. Jump-san, hurry. Something was bothering me. Nami, how do you know the kitchen is here? Nami, perhaps you know something I don't? Nami, even though you were so scared until just now. I would die in the rain. I would not eat or sleep there. I mean, I would take my chances, but I think I would just like, I wouldn't leave like the foyer. I wouldn't really explore the house. I would just like find like a fortifiable position somewhere as defensible as possible and just wait. I'm sure I'd still get killed, but perhaps you know something I don't. It's either of these. More of the evil entity. Yep. Nami, how do you know the kitchen is here? Huh? Now that you mention it, Nami looked at me with surprise. I don't know why. My feet came this way. How strange. In any case, let's go inside. It's pitch black. But something smells good. I'm sure it's the dining room, but I flipped the light switch. A large table was in the center of the room. Food was piled up on plates, all lined up. But what happened here? Everything was completely destroyed to the point of absurdity. Sauce for the meat was scattered everywhere. Napkins on the table were covered in brown stains. Flies swarmed around the torn-off head and tail of a fish. Spilt soup was dripping off the edge of the table onto the floor. Maybe a cat devoured it. It feels like it. Only the fruits were barely intact, but shriveled and blackened. They looked totally unappealing. What should we do, Nami? What about the fridge? Huh? Nami asked. What's the matter? You look scared. Just now. I turned around. You didn't hear something just now? What? Something like a woman screaming? Not really. Was it your imagination? No, I'm sure I heard it. It's over that way. I approached the window. I couldn't see anything outside since it was dark, but I had an unpleasant hunch. Come, look. I went from the window to the exit. Wait, what are you gonna do? Something might have happened. It's really bothering me. Wait, I'm going too. We left the dining room. Hey, lend me the lighter for a bit. Why? Nami had taken a silver candlestick from the table. I'd get nervous without something to light the way. Thanks, here's the lighter back. Now that Nami had a lit candle, I tightly held the flashlight and slowly went through the hallway. Hey, did you really hear a voice or something? Nami looked at me doubtfully as we walked. Yeah. He was like a long, high-pitched, resentful cry. Creepy. Nami grimaced. But why a cry? Maybe because of a robbery? A robbery? Possibly. Why are the lights on, and why is the owner nowhere to be seen? That could explain it. We turned left at the end of the hallway and continued to the back of the mansion. But as we went on, it became narrower and the ceiling got lower. Hee hee! Was this the ghost of MJ haunting this mansion? I mean, he'd still be alive in this time. I wouldn't want to run into that. Not because I had anything against the guy, but like, I don't know. I feel like it wouldn't end well. I've seen his moves in Moonwalker. He'd kick the crap out of me. It was strangely dim. It felt like times you suddenly entered a back alley from the main path. I pointed the flashlight and a small iron door stood out at the back. I said, there's a door over that way. What a creepy door. It's like it's for a secret lab. It was like Nami said, with bare, crudely made rivets and almost all of the paint peeling off. The whole door was rusted dark brown. Is it open? I placed my hand on the knob. That voice now! You heard it, didn't you? Joe heard it. It was the same voice as earlier. Nami's eyes widened and she shook her head. Let's go. I boldly opened the door. Suddenly, wind and a splash of water hit our faces. It was the back entrance. I can't see anything at all. I pointed the flashlight into the distance, and something on the right reflected back. It's a greenhouse. So that means the scream came from inside there? Ah! Nami softly screamed behind me. What is it, Nami? It's gone out. Distressed, Nami was looking at her candle. Oh, the rain put the candle out. What should we do? It's useless outside, so let's leave it here. I left it at my feet and took Nami's hand. Well, let's go. We joined hands and walked through the mud. Our dry clothes quickly got soaked, and it was hard to walk with our shoes covered in mud. Nami quietly asked, Do you think someone's there? I don't think so. What? Then why did I come along? I mean, it could be another living person. Not a chance. At that moment, Nami's expression changed. Because if someone was there, I'm sure they would have noticed the flashlight shining just now. I didn't see any reaction, so they already... Why are you saying something so scary? Nami looked like she'd cry. It was pitch black inside the glass in front of us. I shined the flashlight inside. Ah! Nami and I screamed at the same time. Again. It was an Otogirisō, mixed among other ornamental plants. Small yellow flowers were blooming close together. Nami whispered, a greenhouse of revenge. Don't say creepy things. What, you're telling me? Cautiously shining light into the glass, we walked around the greenhouse, but nothing else was especially unusual. Just now, we made it to the opposite side. In the end, nobody was here, huh? I thought we should turn back to the mansion. Should we check the greenhouse? I turned towards the entrance. I think we should check the greenhouse, personally. It's getting all, like twisting around weirdly here. It said check it out and find all tree too. let's go. Let's go in there. Let's see what kind of man-eating monstrosity is in here. Maybe we'll find another mummy. Figure out what the screaming noise is. Maybe it's just a parrot. Shall we check the greenhouse? I turned towards the entrance. No, I've had enough. But... Huh? I pointed the light towards the sound, and the greenhouse door was flapping in the wind. I glanced at Nami's face. Her mouth still half open. She was looking at me at the corner of her eye. This is embarrassing. All right, race to that door. I started running. What? The sound was the door creaking? Nami shouted, almost scolding me. It's a race, a race. I continued running without paying attention to her. Wait! Kia! I looked back, and she had fallen with her backside on the ground. I fell down! This sucks! Laughing, I faced the door. I said, wait, I can't see in the dark. When I arrived at the entrance, I turned around and pointed the light at Nami. The greenhouse's glass door stood out in the corner of the light. Then, when I saw it, my smile froze. Oh, come on! You left me behind! Nami caught up to me. Then she saw my face and said, You're looking so scared again. You won't fool me this time. I pointed at the glass door with my chin. Since you're generally a scatterbrain. Oh! Nami was written on the glass door in big red letters. The shaking glass door bounced the light back, as if gently brushing against us in the rain. I said, It's a coincidence. But I realized my voice was growing tight. Even if it was a coincidence, why was her name in a place like this? Nami's face went pale, and she stood stock still in the rain out of surprise. At a loss for words, only her eyes were moving in time with the glass. Flapping in the wind, the door creaked again. Let's go back. I deliberately spoke encouragingly, but Nami didn't respond. Let's go back. I strongly put Nami's hand, but she refused to move. Why? Why is my name? You're worrying too much. But... I said it's just a coincidence. That's it. We've never even been here before, so it has nothing to do with you. Someone who lives here just happens to have the same name as you. True, it's odd that it's written there, but if we asked the owner, they'd probably be like, what's that all about? I'm sure that's all it is. The Sandersons want Nami as their fourth sister. Join us. As if shaking off my fear, I kept on talking loudly without stopping to take a breath. Okay. Talking in a small, almost disappearing voice, Nami nodded. Staying in the rain too long is bad for us. Let's go back. I dragged Nami along and started to walk back. We returned to the mansion, and Nami looked depressed. I felt really bad for her. It was my fault, after all, that we saw that out there. Some way to cheer her up. That's it. I deliberately said brightly, Hey, what? Won't you take a bath? Eh? Nami looked surprised. Because we got all money. But it's fine, it's fine. I think it's probably over there. I went ahead on my own. We turned right around the dim hallway, and soon there was a frosted glass door in front of us. Here it is. I pulled the handle. It was pitch black inside. I pointed the flashlight, and just as I thought, it was a washroom. On the left, there was a white sink with a big mirror. A Western-style toilet was next to it. Another frosted glass sliding door was at the back. It probably led to the bathroom. Okay, should we wash our hands first? I approached the sink. Now we wash your hands first. I let Nami go ahead. No, I'm not going to put her first because she'll probably get blood on her hands or whatever. Okay, should we wash our hands first? I approached the sink. The porcelain sink was deep and smooth. The gaskets must be old since water was continuously dripping from the tap. I turned it on. The white sink was dyed a deep red. Blood! Nami clung to my shoulder. No, it's rust! Rust! After a moment, the red water became clear. The pipes are just old. Look, it's fine. I wetted my hands in the flowing water. Nami was being rather nervous. I wanted her to go back to her old cheerful self somehow. Oh, there isn't any soap. Nami, do you want some? Oh, I'd personally just use water. some reason, she was strangely modest. Usually, she absolutely insists on wanting to use soap. Is it not in the bathroom? I looked at the glass door in the back. I want soap even if you don't. I jokingly made a fuss just for the sake of it. Just look at the glass door. Is it not in the bathroom? I looked at the glass door in the back. Oh, I'll go look. Nami entered the bathroom. I guess that was the door. I said, then I'll look for it here too. I opened the shelf next to the mirror. It was kind of dusty, perhaps because nobody had used it in a long time. There was a toothbrush with yellowed bristles and an open, crusted, flat tube of toothpaste. I also saw a woman's old, worn-out razor with a rusty blade and coiled hair. Creeped out, I closed the shelf. Suddenly, I saw Nami's face in the mirror. Looking at her reflection, I asked, was it there? No. Nami's voice echoed from the bathroom. I see. I turned around out of surprise. What's the matter? Why the strange face? Nami came out of the bathroom. Nami, you were over there just now. Yeah, but she was supposed to be in the bathroom, so her face shouldn't have reflected in the mirror. Nami asked with a cloudy expression, did something happen? No, it's nothing. I evaded the question. I didn't want to scare her any further. Maybe I simply imagined it. Besides that, was there soap? Smiling, I changed the topic back to soap. No, sneeze there. No. Oh, I wonder if it's here. I crouched down and opened the hinged door below the sink. Oh! Inside it, an unpleasant odor like putrid mud hung in the air. I looked in and tried not to breathe through my nose. An S-shaped drainage pipe ran through the center. Items like bathroom cleaners, insecticides, shampoo, and many plastic bags were scattered like trash to the right, as if avoiding contact with the pipe. Perhaps because the pipe leaked long ago, medicines had seeped out of their containers and mixed with dust. I felt like I'd be sick. Is there really soap in a place like this? What about this? I took out a big white plastic box to the left of the drainage pipe. Inside was a wooden box marked with a cross. Isn't this a medicine box? There's also something under it. Nami, could you pick up the box? Nami grabbed the medicine box's handle and lifted it. Then, crowds of big black bugs with greasy wings started crawling out from under it. Kia! Cockroaches! Nami screamed and threw the medicine box to the floor. It opened from the impact, scattering small bottles and various medicine packages over the floor. In no time at all, the cockroaches all ran out of the room under the door. Oh, they're gone. Smiling, I went after the medicine that scattered about. Not the roaches. Filthy. Sorry, I'm hopeless. Oh, I'll get them. Nami knelt down and started bringing back the medicine to where they belonged. Hey, the cockroaches are all gone, right? Yeah. Oh, there it is. Soap. I got up and turned on the faucet. Nami was still picking up the scattered medicines. How about you wash your hands? We found soap. Okay. She replied half-heartedly. I'd rather not touch the medicine with dirty hands. Right. Nami stood up next to me and started washing our hands. Mud was coming off our hands and arms, and dark, muddy water swirled down the drain. Jum-san, what is it? I was putting the medicines away and thought, I don't recognize many of them. Medicines you don't recognize? Some I've never seen before. Let me see them. I was a little curious. Well, I guess there's a medicine for every disease. I cared more about whether or not I could use the bath. I'm curious. Show me the drugs. Let me see them. I was a little curious. Wait a moment. Nami grabbed many medicines from the box. Look at this. I took one tube and read the label. Chloromycetin mixed with fibrin olytic enzymes. What in the world is this? When I opened the cap and squeezed a white cream slithered out. It looks like an anti-itch medicine, but it didn't have the pungent and burning smell characteristic of those medicines. Nothing else was on the label besides that tongue twister of a description. I read the label on another tube. Vitamin E mixed with sulfur drugs. Surprised, Naomi suddenly looked at me. That's from the Vietnam War. That's a defoliant. Why is it mixed with vitamin E? The medicine's effects were written on the label. It could be like a burn medicine? Well, look at this other one. Curious, I looked up. Local coagulation blockers. Heparin, something extracted from a calf's blood. They're all keloid medications. I didn't know any of it. It was all written on the labels. Nami was gathering the medicines scattered on the floor and opened the lid on one. Hey, look at this. What a strange color. A small, flat, and round plastic container had a purple jelly-like medicine inside. I've never seen a medicine with a color like this before. I'm sure you don't see many like it. Yeah. Nami looked at me triumphantly. But for some reason, there are many creams, all for burns. Maybe somebody got burned often? All right, sure, but I wonder, why have this many kinds of them? Well, never mind. Let's put them back and wash up. Oh, wait a moment. There's still one more on the floor there. A small brown glass bottle with an open lid was on the floor. Is it empty? No, something pale yellow. Is this medical cream too? Not much was inside, only a little bit of a thick, pale yellow medicine. The bottle had a handwritten label on it, but the paper seemed rather old, burnt and worn out. Acronol? Zinc? Does this say oil? The label is blurry. Is it zinc oxide oil? Are you familiar with it? It's also a burn medicine. How do you know that? I was a little surprised Nami said that with such a matter-of-fact facial expression. Well, it's been around for a long time. Huh, really? So you aren't mistaken, like with that defoliant from earlier. When I mockingly smiled at her, Nami snatched the bottle from me and shut it in the medicine box. If you don't believe me, fine. My mistake, I believe you. At any rate, was it a burn medicine? I tilted my head to the side as I stood up, and I opened the glass door at the back. I don't know what that... Just got a Windows notification, which is the same notification that OBS would throw at me. But OBS looks fine. I'm a little horrified. I'm sure it's nothing. It's probably just like a ghost in your computer. It's more likely. I have Windows 11, and despite trying to turn all kinds of stuff off, I still occasionally get stuff that's like, hey, did you know this game is on sale at Microsoft? I'm like, who asked you, buddy? Famous last words. I'm sure everything is fine and normal and good. It's all great. Everything's great. Pale blue tiles covered the floor and even the walls. There was a white Western-style bathtub. I thought black mold was growing in the wall's tile joints, but they were just full of cracks when I looked more closely. The bathroom was small for such a large mansion. When you get out of the tub, the most you can do is stand and dry yourself. Were all Western-style tubs like this? Yeah, I mean, where I'm from anyway. I don't think two people will fit in here. What? Did you just say something? No, nothing. It's only big enough for one person. Aha, so you did hear me. Now he also came into the bathroom. Hey, do you think the hot water is working? I turned on the shower head a little. Just as I thought, cold red water trickled out. Maybe the plumbing doesn't work here? Almost giving up hope, I spun the faucet a lot. After a bit, the water started to clear up, and steam began to rise at the same time. I dipped my hand in the running hot water. Ah, the temperature's great. How is it? Nami also reached for the water. To mess with her, I quickly turned it off. She slightly scowled at me and went back to the washroom. Are you mad? She didn't respond. When I went back to the washroom, Nemi had taken a bath towel hanging next to the sink. You're going to use their towels? It's fine. I'll only wash my body and wipe the water. Once it dries, it'll be like I wasn't here. She bluntly said that and went to my side in the bathroom. You're not going to take your clothes off? I obviously won't do that out here. All right. All right, since I'll go in first. Nami closed the sliding door. She said, oh, this door's stiff. It won't close all the way. Something was rattling, which was typical for a poorly closing sliding door. What are you mad about? It's fine. Leave it alone. But this has a lock. I looked up, and she said with a scary face, you better not look. I won't. You got that right. I'll break up with you if you look. Okay. In the end, Nami took a shower with the door still unlocked. I could faintly see Nami's gestures of hanging up the towel and taking off her clothes through the frosted glass. You looked! Thinking it was nice to see her so lively. I promised her, so I turned a blind eye. I asked, can I come in too? I was the one who promised her, but I laid my hand on the glass door. No, I promised her. I'm a manly man, and a manly man keeps his promise. I promised her, so I turned a blind eye. Oh, that's right. We forgot the change of clothes. Oh, I'll go get the change of clothes from the foyer. I called out to Nami and went to the foyer. Foyer. I just like saying foyer. Foyer is fine. I like saying foyer. I took the bag, sighed, and looked around the entrance hall. It was quiet. I looked at the clock and saw the hands exactly pointing to 10 o'clock. So many strange things have happened, but if we can manage to survive until morning... The sounds of the armor again. I looked where it was supposed to be from earlier, but it was gone. The sounds came from the direction of the bathroom. I returned to the hallway. Perhaps because the armor turned around the end of the hallway, just the sounds faded out. I ran. However, when I approached the washroom, I suddenly heard Nami scream from inside. Kya! Nami, what's wrong? Panicking, I opened the washroom door. I entered the washroom just as Nami dashed out of the bathroom. Nami's wet white skin pierced my eyes. She was stark naked. As our eyes met, I stammered, oh! Nami squatted down, curled her back, and frantically screamed, Get out! Get out! No, I'm sorry. I rushed out into the hallway. Look away! Yes, of course. Nami roughly closed the washroom's glass door. Nami, what's wrong? Did something happen? I didn't do that on purpose. I was worried. I was definitely worried, but also felt like I got something out of this. No, you must not come in. She still sounded angry. I spoke as calmly and gently as possible. Okay, I won't come in until you say I can. But are you okay? You said it was hot. So did you get burned? I'm okay. It only just started to burn. Please wait a little longer. What happened? The shower suddenly got hotter. So I tried to stop it, but it became unbearably hot. It was cramped in there with nowhere to run away, so I dashed out. Just as I thought, the equipment may be worn out. Your body's okay? You didn't get burned or anything? I'm okay. I got out of there right away. Oh, I'll put the change of clothes here. I put the bag in front of the glass door. The door opened a little. Nami reached out for it. A while later, I heard Nami say, okay, you can come in. I went inside and it was full of steam. The air had a lukewarm humidity that stuck to the skin. Nami looked prim and proper again in her change of clothes. She was drying her hair in front of the mirror. Her cheeks were red from the shower. I'm sorry about before. No, it's okay. Ghost tries to cook her like a lobster. I mean... Don't make me hungry. I looked into the bathroom. More and more steam was rising, and hot water was still coming out of the shower. They could steam some hams in there. Just like the old family recipe. I dipped my hand into it. Ouch! This water is boiling. You said it. If you were too late, you would have been badly burned. Or maybe that's why there are so many burn medicines. A small light bulb went off in my head. Nami said, but isn't that the wrong way to look at it? Normally, you just fix the bath. Well, I can't complain too much about someone else's house. But at least you're okay. But what to do? The shower won't stop heating up. You can't use it in this state. Oh, that's it. I remembered seeing a big machine at the back of the house. Based on its location, I wondered if it was a boiler or something. I'll go to the boiler room. Oh, there's one here? There was something similar to one earlier. I'll go look for it. Would you be okay? Yeah, I'll be back soon. Leaving her with that, I left. I was just about to come out of the dark hallway. At the iron back door, I remembered the sounds of the armor from earlier. There's no way it went this way. I gulped and grabbed the knob. I boldly pulled the door and quickly jumped back. Nothing. Whew. The rain had mostly stopped. Guess I'll go. When I tried to step forward, someone behind me put a hand on my shoulder. Yeah! It was Nami. I shouted, "What the heck?" But I was alone and scared. She spoke sweetly. Please don't talk to me so suddenly like that. I lost 10 years of my life from that scare. But, okay, fine. Well, we'll go together and get dirty again? Then what are you doing here? Don't get so mad. Where's the boiler room? Look, we can see the light from the bathroom over there. A basement or something is near it. It's close. Yeah. Okay, I'll stay here and you'll come back as soon as you're done. What, you said it was close? You don't want to go together? I'd get dirty again. I noticed she was barefoot. I got it. Then I'll go. I went down the concrete steps. If it gets dangerous, I'll call out and we'll go home. Dangerous? What do you mean dangerous? I started to walk along a wall on my left. Wet ivy leaves were rustling. Before long, the entrance appeared as if a gaping hole opened in the wall. I went down the dark stone steps and pointed the flashlight inside. A big, featureless silver machine stood out in the darkness. Above me, several metal pipes were coming out of the walls and the ceiling. Just as I thought, here's the boiler. I shined the flashlight on some kind of meter in front of me. What's this? The gauge's needle was already past 80 degrees Celsius and still climbing. Thank goodness the water temperature was only starting to rise earlier. If Nami had gotten into this kind of boiling water, I got a chill down my spine. Next, I found the water temperature control knob and was surprised again. I saw it had been set to 100 degrees Celsius. Why is this set so high? Come to think of it, there was a strange sound. Both the mansion and the boiler were probably old. I turned down the temperature control knob to 40 degrees Celsius. For now, all I could do was check the bath. I don't have a good brand for conversions. What's 40 Celsius in Fahrenheit? 104 degrees. That's pretty toasty. But probably not enough to cook you. Like a delicious buttered lobster. When I returned to the back door, Nami asked, how was it? It was boiling water because the boiler controls were set to 100 degrees Celsius. Huh? She was speechless. Well, when the water first came out, I think your bath was about 50 C, but I think the temperature control was 80 degrees now. Yes, 80. Completely deadly. I talked a little excitedly as we entered the mansion. But why something like 100 degrees? Would that be too hot to get in? Yeah, but I adjusted the dial to 40 degrees, so I think the bath should be fine now. I've had enough. I'm scared. Besides, I already took a shower. You also changed clothes, so I can't force you. We returned to the washroom. Do you think it's really cooled down? I opened the bathroom sliding door all the way. Wah! Hot white steam hit our faces. It hung in the air like the inside of a cloud. But the shower's temperature was already going down. I reached out and turned it off. At any rate, it stopped. We can relax a bit now. Nami giggled. Hey, I wonder what time is it? I remembered I saw a clock earlier. Oh, I think it's past 10 o'clock. Huh? Nami, weren't you wearing a watch? Oh, looks like I accidentally dropped it at some point. I'm sure I had it when we went to the dining room. I see. Okay, I'll help you look for it later. That being said, I deliberately made my face look weak. Sorry, but may I take a shower first? When the steam hit me now, I really wanted to go in. I'll get out after 5 minutes. The hot water is filling up, and if I'm already here, you don't have to ask so seriously. Something sus? I think so. All right, I'll wait outside. Nami got her wet polo shirt and shorts from the bathroom and was wringing them out as she came back. She had taken them off when she went in earlier. She asked, hey, is the drainage here bad? None of the hot water from earlier is going down. I looked in the tub. The hot water here was draining a little better than the washroom, but was almost overflowing. Is it plugged up? I got in and looked for the drainage hole, but I couldn't see anything like one in front of me. I looked into a fist-sized gap between it and the back wall. Yeah! A pool of hot water on the floor had long, black, tangled hair that swayed and floated like seaweed. It seemed to be causing the blockage, but judging from the length, it wasn't Nami's hair. I didn't know why, but it eerily made me think of a drowned body. I slightly hesitated. I looked away and thrust my right hand into the hot water. The long, thin, rustling hair tingled my fingers and palm. Deliberately trying to be thick-skinned, I grabbed what felt like hundreds of strands of hair all at once and forcefully pulled them up. Some parts I felt smoothly falling out of my hands. Other parts, it was like I could hear the sounds of ripping hair traveling through my arms. For a moment, I felt like the hair was pulling me. I let up on my strength and then continued to carefully pull. Before long, the hair little by little split in two with a big splash. A lot more hair than I expected appeared on the water's surface. I pulled up the long, wet hair too strongly, and it curled around my arms like a living thing. Gritting my teeth, I got out of the tub. Nasty, man. When Nami saw the stuff in my hands, she covered her mouth with her hands and looked away. I don't blame her. The surface of the water was extremely filthy. I carelessly dragged out paper from the holder on the left wall, stooped down and scraped off the hair on my arms into the trash bin under the sink. Did someone get a haircut? I deliberately said something dumb to hide my disgust. But I wasn't entirely joking either. It was unlikely that the hair gathered there had simply fallen out. I flushed the paper I'd used to dry my hands, then went to the sink and painstakingly washed my hands more than needed to. Hey, is the drain still blocked? It's quickly going down. Thank goodness. There might still be some hair left, but it should be fine if it's draining out on its own. I didn't want to touch any of it again. I don't blame you. That's nasty, man. Okay, then, I'll get in. I plan to get out soon, but it won't be pretty if the owner comes home. Got it. Nami headed for the sink and started washing her clothes. I forced the door a little, and it fully closed with a click. Wait, it's closing now? The water was still a little hot, but not so hot that I couldn't get in. I threw my clothes onto the floor. I stepped into the tub filled to the brim with hot water and slowly immersed my body into it. I washed my face with the hot water and let out a big sigh. I felt slightly revived. I'd prefer if the owner didn't come home. In that case, I'd leisurely rest here and go back home tomorrow. My mood was improving and I felt full of energy. Ghost wants privacy with us. Yeah, the ghost doesn't want to see the dude. It's like, yeah, I don't need to see you. I was thinking rather selfishly. I don't think that'll happen. I turned the shower on. It wasn't that stupidly hot water anymore. What a nice feeling. Oh, I carelessly forgot the soap and towel. I used my hands to clean off the mud stuck to my feet. The hot water rapidly became dirty. So that's why this is a Western-style tub. I was using the owner's bath at my convenience and saying whatever I wanted. We don't get the curves for it. Absolutely not. I liked myself like this. Okay, I'll get out soon. I purposely shouted at Nami so she could hear me. But no reply from the washroom. I hit the sliding door. I'm coming out! But no reply. That's weird. Maybe she went somewhere. Oh, I get it. She's hiding again to scare me. I put my hand on the sliding door and said, I know you're out there, so... But the door wasn't opening. It would open to about the thickness of my fingers, but immediately close again, as if pushing back. Oh, I know you're out there. Open the door. Thinking Nami was holding it down, I hit it and pulled the rattling sliding door. But I sensed that Nami really wasn't there. It wasn't fitting earlier, so since I forced it closed, I tried a bunch of things like slightly rattling it up and down, but it still wouldn't open. Suddenly, even though it should be off, hot water spouted out from the shower. I hurriedly spun the faucet, but it was already turned down all the way. No way. I got a bad hunch about this. Nami, open the door! Nami! I screamed as loudly as I could, but no reply. I looked down and saw a metal slab the size of some chewing gum nailed into the door rail. What the heck is this? It was like a prop preventing the door from opening. Earlier, it couldn't close well. Without a doubt, this was why. My thumb got sore from trying too hard to tear it off. It was no use. What am I supposed to do? I found a window, but it was too small for me to get out through. My bad hunch proved to be right. The water from the shower was getting hotter and hotter. Dense white steam enveloped the room. It was becoming painful to breathe. Soon it'll be unbearable. I got out by breaking the glass. Hold on. I was putting on my clothes and a terrible thought came to me. Thank goodness the temperature only rose slowly now, but what if the door had completely closed when Nami was in there earlier? Luckily, it happened to not fully close because she isn't as strong as me. Maybe if I had taken a shower first. I became worried about Nami. Maybe she was looking for a clock. I went to the dining room. She might be resting on the sofa. I went to the foyer. Go back to the dining room. She seemed interested in the dining room before, and that's also where she lost her watch. Maybe she's looking for a clock. I went to the dining room, but Nami wasn't there. Just to be sure, I looked for her in the kitchen, but as expected, she wasn't there either. Where'd she go? Then, white clothes passed by in the hallway. I quickly faced the door, but only caught a glance at the bottom of a dress. Whose? I chased after them, but nobody was in the hallway. That's weird. Nami shouldn't be wearing clothes like that. I aimlessly came back to the foyer. I heard voices coming from upstairs. I listened closely. Suddenly, I heard nothing. Strange. I'm sure I heard somebody just now. I quietly went up the stairs. At the top of the stairs, I heard the voices again from the other end of the hallway. As I approached, they became clearer. It sounded like a young man and a young woman talking. Maybe the owner came back? The voices sounded cheerful. So many strange things have happened, but am I just overthinking things? Old Man Jenkins and the ghost are scheming. So that the next time, we'll nail the bathroom door shut so they can't get out at all. If that was true, we came in and did all sorts of things as we pleased. What would be a good excuse? With mixed feelings, I came in front of the room. At any rate, I'll have to apologize and introduce myself. I rose my arm and tried to knock. However, the conversation suddenly cut off that instant. The door opened a little. Ah! Did they notice me? My body got tense, and I waited for a person to appear from inside. A white hand appeared from the gap. It was a woman's. I involuntarily spoke. Suddenly, the woman inside backed away. We both held our breath in fear. The next instant, she suddenly apologized. I'm sorry. Huh? It was Nami's voice. Huh? Nami? Jum-san? I opened the door wide, and Nami was standing in the room. What? Huh? All my strength went away. I said, what are you doing? I thought the house's owner had come back. Me too. Please don't surprise me again. Why are you here? I was worried since you weren't there when I got out of the shower. No, listen. Her eyes began to sparkle as if she was telling me some amazing adventure story. When I was looking for a clock earlier, there was a voice from above, so I thought for sure that the owner had returned home. Me too. That's why I came up. Is that so? Laughing, she hit my shoulder. Nami said, It's funny. Listen. I'm listening. What do you think it was? Well, so listen. That's why I said I'm listening. I got a little annoyed. I thought the owner was here, so I was really nervous about knocking on this door. Okay. Even so, there was no reply, but there was a voice. So? I made up my mind and opened the door. Then. Stop laughing. Hurry up and say it. Nobody was there. Then what I found inside. I shouted, Get on with it! I was worried someone was there. Sorry. Nami then briefly paused as if she was announcing important news. It was a radio. A radio? Look, there. Nami pointed to a black radio in the room. Well, I'll be. But why didn't you come down then? I was really worried. No, it was just... Nami looked at the top of a dresser. 2 Western-style girls' dolls were on top of it. They were completely identical, with red jumper skirts. I remember seeing these dolls somewhere. These? I picked them up. Let me see them for a bit. As if the dolls were something very important to her, Nami gently held them to her cheeks. Who's the Sandersons? They want me to be their sister. I gotta sacrifice you. The time has come. I've never seen her like this before. A very relieved expression. What is it? Something I very fondly remember. I feel like I've become a kid again. When I was a boy, these kinds of dolls all looked the same to me. No, it's not like that. These are special. Spellbound, Nami shut her eyes. I don't really understand girls' feelings about these. Oh, besides that, I thought I saw a person's shadow earlier, but it wasn't the owner. Huh? I think it was a woman in a white dress, but... Nami opened her eyes. I got the feeling she was still daydreaming. I'm curious, so I'll go downstairs and check it out, but... I headed to the hallway. Okay. Nami stretched and gently put the dolls back where they belonged, as if she was handling treasures. When she left the room, she waved to them as if she was reluctant to leave them. Bye-bye. Creepy dolls. Well, shall we keep exploring? Okay. We came downstairs, and Nami was still a little faint. These doors are suspicious. There were some doors at the front entrance. Maybe the woman in the white dress went in here. I opened the doors. The long, narrow, dark space inside continued to the back. It's like a tunnel. Candlesticks lined the bare stone walls. I turned on my flashlight. A door was at the back. Nami muttered, Are you going to open that? Yeah. It's just like the front entrance. So then, only time itself was going backwards. What? Huh? She said with a straight face. This hallway is a tunnel back to the past. What are you trying to say? Without minding her, I went to the back. We could feel the wind through the slats in the door, and the floor nearby was soaking wet. This should lead outside. I opened the door. Yeah! Suddenly, something cold was dangling from our faces. It was ivy, wet from the rain. I made my way through it. A balcony was facing the backyard. Wooden scaffolding was under it, but it looked worn out from years of neglect. A table made of rotten wood was in the center. 3 deck chairs, each facing a random direction, were scattered around it. A wisteria trellis above us now only had ivy hanging from it, like the entrance to a haunted house. The rain's already stopped. Cold water from the ivy dripped onto our faces and shoulders. What an entrance! I said that sarcastically, but it looked like Nami didn't hear me. Suddenly, she took my hand and pointed at a pillar supporting the trellis. Hey, isn't something glowing? Oh, there is. There was a faint yellow light on the bottom of the pillar, which looked like a long, thin silhouette. It was neither a burning fire nor an electric light. I got the feeling it was a quiet, glistening light. Could it be Princess Kaguya? I thought you said... We walked up to the pillar. What? It's fluorescent paint. There were 2 horizontal lines, each about as thick as a finger, with a little space in between them. But why in a place like this? I bent down and pointed the light at the bottom line. The original paint on the base of the wood pillar had dried like a scab. The fluorescent paint was painted on top of it in straight lines. I looked more closely, and there were scratch marks from something like a nail. To the right of the deep horizontal scratch marks were what looked like engraved letters. What? Something's written here. I concentrated on it. But the old paint was uneven and hard to make out. Nami said, I can make it out if I peel off the paint. She started peeling off the visible layer of paint with her fingernails. Interestingly, it became clearer as she crisply peeled it away. The texture of the wood pillar became exposed before our own eyes. Engraved there was Nami. I felt like something awful started to build up in my stomach. Nami saw it, stopped for a moment, and immediately started peeling the paint again. Hey, Nami. I tapped her shoulder from behind, but she ignored me and intently peeled off the paint. Eventually, she had mostly peeled off the top layer of fluorescent paint, revealing a 10-centimeter tall section of the old paint. So, Meryl, she'd see your name. Yep. There were 4 engraved lines, 2 above a small space, 2 below. And to the side of each were the names Nami, Naomi, Naomi, Nami. Nami slowly turned back to me. Her expression was stiff. It's a comparison of heights. Huh? Oh, that's right. I wonder who Naomi is. Huh? I'm Nami. But it says Naomi. Hey, what are you saying? I exaggeratedly hit her shoulder. Isn't the name of a child here? Come on, you're worrying too much. I wonder. That's it. It's a coincidence. What's the matter? It isn't like you to look so gloomy. I hope you're right, but... Hey, maybe that person you said was in a white dress. Yeah? Did she look like me? No. I couldn't see her face. I see. Various doubts filled my head. Why was Nami's name in a place like this? Who was Naomi? Why did Nami mean when she asked that? I don't know why is her name here? Why was Nami's name in a place like this? Nami. She was zealously looking at the marks for the comparison of heights. Her complexion was poor. At any rate, it seemed best to leave this place. Hey, let's go inside. We already took a shower and we'll just get wet again from the dripping water. But Nami's expression was still gloomy. I brought my mouth close to Nami's ear. Or next time, we'll go in together. Don't be ridiculous. She finally smiled a little. Well, let's go. Okay. Welcome back, Judd. I took Nami's hand and started walking to the slatted door. I looked back before passing through it. Spots of the remaining fluorescent paint shined in the corner of the dark balcony. Let's check those rooms. There were rooms we still hadn't gone to in the left of the mansion. I headed towards them. Do you think it's open? I stood at the door and pulled the knob. It's dark. All you could see was a lit candle in a corner of the room. The switch was nearby on the wall. I turned on the lights. The chandelier on the ceiling was dazzling. What a huge room. Hey, isn't that a piano? Nami pointed to the rear right corner of the room. It really is. It's a piano hall. We went inside. The whole exterior wall facing the backyard was made of glass. In the daytime, the scenery from here must be wonderful. But now, the deep black of the glass was like a mirror, just reflecting the inside of the room. Before I noticed, Nami was standing at the piano and hitting the keys. Nami, can you play the piano? I won't say I can play it well, but I like its sound. Hey, what song is that? I don't know. I don't know either the title or the composer. Did someone teach you? No. I only know this song from a long time ago. I don't remember when I heard it. I'm a little puzzled myself. Well, that kind of thing happens often. Suddenly, Nami stopped playing. What's wrong? You're done already? Nami was looking over my shoulder at something. Hey, that... I turned around, and there was a portrait on the wall. A woman about 30 years old was wearing Japanese-style clothes. Long, loosely braided hair hung from her left shoulder to her chest. Like Jum not remember the movie. I'll never find that movie. I try so hard not to think about it because it just drives me insane. I'll never find it because no matter what I try to do, I cannot recall more about it. And the more I think about it, the more like fake imagery my brain produces, and the worse it gets. The less I trust my memories of it. I try so hard to let it go, and it just keeps coming back. She was holding wildflowers near her chest. I said, it's a painting. Yes, I can see that. Hey, don't you notice something? Nami flashed a challenging smile. I was startled. Had someone famous painted it? I had no clue what she had in mind. It looks like an early Picasso. I said something careless to try to dodge the question. The woman is beautiful. I slowly changed the subject. Oh, these flowers are Otogirisō. Make a Reddit post describing it. Let people find it for you. Yeah, that's not bad. I might put it out there. I think I would flip out. I guess I could just not respond, but I think I would flip out if people are like, it sounds like Planet of the Apes. And I'd just be like, you're a machine. I can smell you. Oh, these flowers are Otogirisō. Oh, now that you mention it, they are. Well, anything else you see? Doesn't she look like me? I had a feeling that's what it was, but I didn't have that option. I guess if I had said the woman is beautiful, then she would have been like put off by that. But I don't know. She might have been jealous. I didn't want to get into it. Huh? That was abrupt. I carefully re-examined the woman in the painting. At first glance, I didn't know what Nami meant by that. The makeup and the whole painting, for that matter, felt old-fashioned. It was hard connecting her to Nami, a modern woman. But the longer I looked at it, maybe the eyes and jawline were similar. Just as I thought that, I noticed something else. When Nami slightly tilts her head and smiles, she tends to stick out her chin a little. It throws off the left-right balance of her face and can even make her look subtly ugly if she's unlucky. It gave me the uneasy impression that she was like a baby that couldn't hold its head up. I really like her smile, but I always felt afraid that something most precious would break whenever she smiled. I had the exact same fear about the smile of the woman in the painting. The superficial resemblance surprised me, but the similar gestures and facial expressions, among others, surprised me even more. Ghost ever use teleport? Away! Yeah, there's something, I don't know. I don't know what's going on here. Something's happening. I don't like any of it. Since I felt creeped out, I lied. Not at all. There's no resemblance at all. You don't think so? Nami slightly smiled and turned her head. It was an exact resemblance. I felt like my spine had frozen. But Nami, there's no way you're this beautiful. I looked away and shook off her gaze. So I'm just a horrible, ugly woman. Nami stood up and violently struck the piano. I didn't say that you're ugly. You just said it right now. I didn't say that. You did. Nami was pouty and angry. I said, no, that's not why. Relieved that Nami's expression didn't resemble the woman's anymore, I smiled in spite of myself. I said it. What are you smiling about? I won't play the piano for you anymore. She turned away. Then the wind blew. Oh, no! I think the curtain shook. The fire of the candle on the piano spread out over the whole thin curtain in an instant. Kya! The burning curtain covered Nami's face. Oh no! Nami! I dragged the curtain away in a panic. One by one, the metal hooks on the curtain rail popped off. I threw the flaming curtain to the floor and frantically trampled it with my feet. The fire was strong, but thankfully, the curtain cloth was thin. I managed to put out the fire without it spreading too far. Whew! That fire almost got out of control. Nami, are you okay? She didn't respond. Her back was turned, standing in front of the wall. What's the matter? Did you get burned somewhere? When I asked her that, she slowly nodded without turning back to me. Where? Where did it burn you? The face. Huh? Surprised, I got close, and Nami silently pointed to the woman in the painting. The paint melted from the heat when the curtain shook, and the right half of the woman's face was hideously burned. Oh, what? That's what you meant. You surprised me. I thought for sure you'd been... I smiled out of relief, but Nami suddenly started blurting out something strange. Mother? Older sister? Older sister? I didn't know what she was talking about. Nami's supposed to be an only child. I was perplexed, but her body suddenly shook and then ran towards the exit. Where are you going? I rushed to grab her arm. Let's go! I have to find that mummy. The mummy? The mummy in that wheelchair? Yes, so let me go! Nami frantically struggled to break free. Calm down, Nami. What's the matter? Let go! I won't! At least calm down. I strongly grabbed her shoulders and fixed my gaze right at her. What did you mean by that? Explain yourself. I was in this house a long time ago. I lived here. I've never heard that story before. Ooh, a long time ago. When? I don't know, but I know it was when I was very young, together with my mother, father, and older sister. An older sister? Nami, aren't you an only child? She whispered, No, I had an older sister. Why did you hide that until now? You never told me. I wasn't hiding it. I would never hide something like that from you. But I only just remembered it now. It's a great shock knowing I lived away from my real mother. That's what I found out. I remembered. Her lips were shaking. Sorry, it's just you said it like you were hiding something. I apologized, but I couldn't immediately believe her story. By chance, we entered the mansion that Nami used to live in long ago. But Nami, it's not that I don't believe you, but are you mistaken? Look, strange things have happened since we came here. Are you seeing things from being tired? No, I'm not seeing things. Nami shook her head. It's hazy, but it's gradually coming back to me. But if that was really true, Hey, Jum-san! Nami looked up at me and looked like she was asking for help. What should we do? I think that mummy is either my mother or older sister. Hey, what should I do? I didn't know what to say. Nami shivered and looked down. I may have done something I can't take back. Something you can't take back? What did you... I still can't remember what, but I did something. Something to my older sister. But I still can't remember what that something was. That mummy, I have to look for that mummy. Nami shakily headed for the hallway. I said, Got it, Nami. I'll help you. Let's look for that mummy again, together. Let's go and get a priest and come back. Yeah. All right, Nami, let's rest a little on the sofa. Isn't it too late to do that, right? No, man, let's go find that mummy. Let's get that mummy. Let's get him. Let's get the Scooby-Doo clown. They can all be body shields. Send more cops. Got it, Nami. I'll help you. Let's look for that mummy again, together. Nami and I left the piano room. The foyer was completely silent, as if nothing happened. Okay, how about we check upstairs? I slowly climbed the stairs. Nami said okay, but there was no way she was that dumb. She was just a little confused from all these creepy things happening and finding her own name. If we found nothing after going around the mansion once, we'd rest on a sofa or something. Tomorrow, it'll all be a funny story. Okay, which room will we check? I went to the hallway upstairs and turned around. Huh? Nami was gone. Where did I lose sight of her? She was supposed to be behind me. I looked down to the foyer. She go ahead of me? I looked to the end of the hallway, upstairs. Looked down to the foyer. I looked down to the foyer. I turned around at a sudden sound, and an empty wheelchair was rapidly chasing me from behind. Whoa! Gah! I dodged it by a hair. The wheelchair crashed into the handrail of the stairs. If it hit me, I might have rolled down the stairs with it. But I noticed something else. The instant I turned around, I caught a glance of the person who thrust the wheelchair at me. But she looked exactly like Nami. No way, Nami! If it was her, that was an inexcusable joke. Has she lost her mind and gone crazy? I happened to notice some kind of shiny silver object in the wheelchair seat. I don't approve of you. You're not good enough for my sister. Yep. Maybe she was just like, I found the wheelchair, and she was excitedly running out and just tripped and like, whoops. Maybe it was an accident. Probably not. It was a wrench. Oh, this is mine. Packing tape was rolled around it, and Jum was written on it. It was from the toolbox in my car. This thing. Who? Then a nearby door opened. Oh, Nami. She had a vacant look on her face. Hey, I was worried. I ran up to her. Then she went back into the room without looking at me and shut the door. Hey! I ran up and opened the door. Nami was on a bed in the right corner, covering her face. What's the matter? Nami! Without even looking up, she pointed at a desk. It looked like she was crying. A single photo was on the desk. The old sepia photo showed two girls, both about 3 years old, standing together and wearing the same white blouse. They were wearing the same clothes, but their faces were so similar that they could have been the same person. Were they identical twins? What did Nami think when she saw it? I guessed everything, but I deliberately asked her, what's wrong with this? She looks like me. I heard Nami's muffled sobs through the bed sheets. Where? I don't see any resemblance at all. Look closely. Look closely with me. These children won't grow up to be nearly as beautiful as you. No, don't give me that. What do you mean? The name tags on their chests. Name tags? Name tags were on the girls' chests. Each was Nami and Naomi. But this is a coincidence. I was hesitating, and Nami looked up. Then the moment our eyes met, she suddenly covered her face with her hands and ran out of the room. I was stunned after what happened just now. Was it really true that, like she said, she lived here a long time ago with an older sister? Okay, that wasn't Nami from earlier, but her older sister, Naomi? If they were twins, it wouldn't be odd that they looked exactly alike. But why? Why would Nami's older sister tamper with the car and attack me? Does she have a grudge or something against us? Oh, that's what the wrench is, because from whoever tampered with the wait, so they came out to the car with a wrench. The only person that could have done that was Nami herself, right? Because otherwise, like, they found the car and wrecked the brakes, and that's awful convenient. But if Nami did it, this is all her plan. Come to think of it, I remember what happened in the bathroom. If Naomi was to blame for that too, I didn't know why she had a grudge against us, but in any case, it definitely seemed like she was trying to harm us. They need a sacrifice. We must have your blood. It definitely seemed like she was trying to harm us. I became worried for Nami's safety. Nami! I went out to the hallway. The door to the room in the back of the mansion had just closed. Maybe it was Naomi's room. I walked towards it, but I happened to look down and saw wet footprints continuing to another room. Then there were the sounds of piano from below. Why in the world is Nami? I ran through the hallway to the door that just closed. I hurried to the piano hall. I followed the wet footprints. Oh, I don't know. I kind of want to go to the door that just closed. Well, I want to follow the wet footprints is what I mean, but I'm also curious. These are all good choices. Any one of them could be good. We'll see which way it leads us. I'm going to take a very short break here. I'm going to go blow my nose. Getting a little congested. Jum's choice. It is my choice and only mine. No, you can you can suggest stuff too, but I don't know. I'm probably going to go with C when I return. I'm very curious where this all goes. I know from what I've read, like there's lots of different angles to the story, and basically like all past a certain point, like the stories can diverge quite wildly, and there's not like a canonical ending. There's just several different endings that happen in different alternate worlds, I think is what I was told. So I'm curious to see. Hopefully we can flip a coin. Yeah. I hope we can see at least one ending today. I don't know how long it takes. I think we get good progress. I think we can make it. But I gotta go blow my nose because it's driving me crazy. I'll be back in just a moment. Stay tuned. I'm back. Grabbed a cookie too. What kind of cookie? It was from a bag of stuff that my stepdad brought over. It was like a pretzel and a pecan sandwiched on a bit of chocolate. I don't really know what you call it. It's pretty good. People are still sending him food, so a lot of desserts. But he doesn't eat a lot of desserts, so I don't either normally. But like, get rolled over there, and they're like, "Here's a plate of cookies. Here's some cake." And I'm just like, "Well, I know I really shouldn't, but." That's quite tasty. All right, let's see what's up with the mystery of the wet footprints. I followed the wet footprints. They continued to the room where we first found the mummy. I heard voices inside. I held my breath and peeked inside through the keyhole. There were two Namis inside. One was collapsed on the floor. The other was standing in front of her and wearing a sopping wet white dress. But they had the exact same face. The one on the floor was wearing Nami's clothes from earlier. So Naomi was the one in the white dress? She looked just like Nami, but she was screaming and thrusting a knife at her. Oh no! Come on, you're coming with me to our younger brother. Brother? Now there's a brother too? But I had no time to think about it. Naomi started bringing the knife closer to Nami. Stop! I barged into the room and jumped at Naomi's hand holding the knife. Don't interfere. Are you Naomi? Why are you doing this to your own sister? This doesn't concern you. Naomi resisted, but when I grabbed the knife from her, she ran out into the hallway through the open door. Naomi, are you okay? Jum-san. Her voice was shaking. Was that your older sister Naomi just now? Why was she thrusting a knife at you? I don't approve of you. You're not part of this family yet. And our terrible family curse. We'll have to go feed your younger brother in the basement. He's a big purple blob. I guess we didn't notice the clock tower when we rolled in. What was she going on about with a younger brother? Was he here? I was so provoked that I kept on talking, but Nami only sadly stared at me. You're not hurt? I'm okay. Thank you. If you hadn't come, I don't know what would have happened. That much is obvious. But more importantly, was that Naomi? That's right. She told me I'm your older sister. I'm shocked. What's the story with your brother? I don't know. I don't know. Her voice was tight. Okay, I won't force you to remember. A book was on the floor. I took it and saw it was a diary. Inside, Naomi movingly wrote about her pain and loneliness after her mother's death and having to take care of her sick brother all alone. It read, I'm afraid to sleep. What if I wake up and find Naoki dead? If he dies, just thinking about it breaks my heart. I'd really be all alone. But his suffering, his screams. He said I'd rather die than not be cured. I can't stand living like this. Naomi, please kill me. Please let me pass peacefully. Kill me! Oh, Naoki. If given the choice, I should have been sick. It can't be helped. I have to live with these awful burns. Why did he become this sick? Why do I have to go on living all alone? Naoki. Choking up crying, Nami started to speak. That person, Naomi. She read this to me and made me listen the whole time until you came here. It was so hard for her to be without me. Until Naoki died, he always said that he missed me. But I don't know. She said the three of us were together a long time ago, but I don't remember him. and it was my fault for burning her in a fire I started. I said, don't blame yourself for that. We still don't know that for sure. Even if it's true, it happened when you were only a child. But... I hugged her tightly and opened the diary to the last page. Naomi had written, sink me into my ocean. When I die, sink my body into my ocean. After I followed Naoki's final wishes, I really became all alone. The diary ended there. What did he mean by his ocean? Then I realized something. Nami, maybe he's still alive. Huh? The mummy's eyes, they look just like yours. Like mine? The mummy? Earlier, I thought they were Naomi's eyes, but maybe your brother turned into the mummy. Oh, geez, and he's alive? But Naomi's diary said he died. I saw her eyes when I struggled for the knife, but there was something off about them. Maybe he's still alive and she just believes he died. Nami, I'm sure there's only one room we haven't seen upstairs. Yeah, that locked room. I might find something out if I go there. I headed for the exit. Wait, I'll go too. Are you sure? You can stay in here and lock the door. Nami resolutely said, no, I'll go. It's my problem. It's my family's problem. She wasn't crying anymore. Okay, let's go together. That room's door was closed. Was it still locked? I grabbed the doorknob. Whoa! Suddenly, I felt a sharp pain in the back of my head. Oh, damn! But Naoki doesn't approve either. Probably not. He's probably going to run him down with his wheelchair again. Then I blacked out. Oh no, Naoki? When I lightly opened my eyes, I saw the red carpet of the hallway. My head was still sore. I tried to hold my head with my right hand, but I noticed that I couldn't move. I've been bound to the wheelchair. Damn it! I was shaking my body, but couldn't undo the ropes. Oh, you woke up. I heard a voice from behind. Nami, is that you? Undo these ropes. I turned my head to try to look behind me, but I couldn't see her face. Well, shall we go? The woman behind me began to push the wheelchair. You're not Nami, are you? Her voice was exactly the same, but was this Naomi? I was lonely. I was really alone. But you wouldn't understand. You've forgotten about us. This isn't Nami. Then where is she? It's so unfortunate what happened to Naoki. He suffered until his last moments when he was all skin and bones. Even so, I always dreamed of the three of us living together until the end, and yet you didn't come. What is this story? Besides, where's she taking me? Even after Naoki died, you didn't come. I hated you. It was all because you caused that fire. She seemed to be mistaking me for Nami. I managed to get my hand free and got my lighter from my pocket. The wheelchair was slowly going through the second-floor hallway. Father died from that fire of yours. Mother became sick from the shock. Then my forehead. For a moment, Naomi hesitated to speak. Even so, Naoki was still fine for some time. Even I didn't know it was all your fault. I lit my lighter and brought it to the ropes. Since Mother died, I read her diary. Then I knew the truth. It was around that time Naoki's body started to act strange. Her voice started to shake, and the wheelchair stopped. We were right in front of the stairs. Uh-oh. Suddenly, she started to scream. You must atone for this! Killing Father, making Mother bedridden, and making Naoki die from an unknown disease! Finally, leaving me all alone with these burns. The scars have never gone away. Naoki missed you until he died, so now you must atone for this. Let's go meet him. I'll make you listen to our story of how we suffered so much until now. Now, you and I will go together to this ocean. The ropes finally snapped. I could move the upper half of my body, but I couldn't untie the ropes at my feet. I turned around. Where did you take Nami? The woman had the same face as Nami, but was looking at the ceiling with a terrifying expression. I don't know what kinds of painful experiences you had, but it happened when Nami was a child. It wasn't her fault. Who the hell are you? It doesn't matter. Where did you take Nami? This doesn't concern you. She pushed the wheelchair away. Yeah! I tumbled down the stairs in the wheelchair. My whole body got badly roughed up. I looked up, but the woman was already gone. I have to hurry and find Nami. I unraveled the ropes around my feet, bore with the pain, and got up. Once I crawled up the stairs, I saw a key on the floor. Maybe this... Man, he's lucky to be alive. Blaming us for casting disease. Yeah, he got sick because of you. Somehow. Maybe. I don't know, maybe the mother's diary explains it in ways that we can understand that aren't just like, I bet the kid did it. Maybe this. I headed for the room where I got hit on the head and blacked out when I tried to open it earlier. If Naomi mistook me for Nami, Nami should still be alive. Nami, wait for me. He has blood malediction on him. Why would you do such a thing? Why would you do that to your own brother? I'll save you for sure. I stood at the door that wouldn't open. The nails were already pulled out. I put the key into the keyhole. It unlocked. I opened the door. The room was horrific. Was this where Naomi said the fire started? The fire had burnt the whole room. The 4 walls were stained pitch black. There was a huge hole in the ceiling. The carpet had completely turned into charcoal. The wind was blowing through a broken window. Nami wasn't here. I first saw the mummy sitting in a chair in the very center of the room. Had Naomi moved it here? This was Nami's mother. In its lap was the diary I read before I blacked out. It was open, and the last page had a new entry. Mother, I'll take Nami with me to Naoki's place. Naoki's place? Where is that? Then Naoki's final words popped into my head. Sink me into my ocean. The water tank! Then there was a loud sound as the room violently shook. What? What happened? I panicked and went out to the hallway. In the hallway, I heard a splash. I ran, looked down the stairs, and saw a person's shadow running away. I ran down the stairs. There was another explosion. It was bright in the other side of the hallway. Maybe the underground boiler room caught on fire. But now there was nothing. I ran to the water tank, rubbed the glass, and looked inside. Nami's face was swaying in the dirty water. Nami! I hit the tank with both of my hands, but it didn't budge. I took an axe that was displayed on the wall. The glass shattered. Nami and white bones came rolling out with a flood of black water. I put my ear to her mouth. She wasn't breathing. I put my hand to her chest but felt no pulse. Nami, no way! I forcefully pressed her chest down. Dirty black water came out of her mouth. But it didn't feel like she was spitting it up, only like I was pumping it out. Nami! I kept pushing her chest as if I'd gone crazy. Eventually, water stopped coming out of her mouth. Nami, I'm going to kiss you, so please open your eyes. Holding her head in my arms, I started giving her mouth to mouth. Her lips were cold. I breathed in as much air as I could and sent it into her lungs. It's getting spicy, yeah. But her body was still cold, and nothing happened. Nami, please, don't die like this. I beg you, open your eyes. I lifted the upper half of her body and shook her shoulders as hard as I could. Her body shook without resistance, like a puppet. Huh, I get it. I smiled at her. You're really just closing your eyes, right? You always used to tease and trick me. If I cry, you'd open your eyes and say, boo! You'd laugh and say I fell for it. Look, I'm letting go. I let go of her shoulders. Her upper body collapsed like it was a machine. Oh, no. Nami. No way! Aren't you tricking me like you always do? Please do it just one more time. Look, am I not crying now? Come on, you already got me, haven't you? You can laugh now. Nami wasn't even twitching. My tears blurred what I saw of the white bones scattered on the floor. I don't know if these bones are your brother or what, but why did Nami have to die? It's not fair. I stood up and kicked up a bone. It bounced off a wall and hit a skull on the floor. These bones! The long and thin jaws had rows of sharp fangs. These aren't human bones. They were the bones from something like a dog. No way. Was there no younger brother? Did Naomi go crazy from her loneliness and make it all up in a fantasy world? I got a chill and looked at Nami's face. Why? Why did Nami have to die because of that woman's fantasies? Damn it! I'll kill her! I got up and ran to the hallway. But before I knew it, a fire had started and wouldn't let me take even one step beyond the bathroom. I opened the dining room door. No one here. I opened the study door. No one here. I opened the piano hall door. No one here. I ran up the stairs, but the flames had also spread here and I couldn't go into the hallway. At this rate, I'll have to carry Nami out. I looked down from the second floor. Then I doubted my own eyes. Nami was gone! Had she woken up? For a moment I was glad, but the next other thoughts popped into my head. Did that woman take away Nami's body? No, that couldn't be it. I'm sure she woke up, saw the fire, and ran away. Convincing myself of that, I went down the stairs. The entrance door wouldn't open. Damn! I'll have to go out the back now. But the flames already fully covered the foyer. There was nowhere to escape. Smoke and hot winds wrapped around me. Will I burn to death here? No. Nami woke up. I refuse to die. Suddenly, a cold wind blew on my cheek. I turned to where it blew from. It was blowing in through a gaping hole in the back of the fireplace. The walls began to crumble. I dove into the fireplace. Inside, I bent my knees and somehow got through the narrow passage. I couldn't see since it was pitch black, but it was like a shortcut. Fumbling around on the walls, I made my way to the end. If Nami also came through here, maybe she used and played in this shortcut as a child. Did she remember that? I imagined Nami walking in front of me and bent over like me, and I called out into the darkness, Nami. No reply. No, I'm sure she's there. Nami has to be ahead of me. The path was descending gently. I thought it began to climb for a moment, but suddenly I saw yellow flowers in front of me. It was the greenhouse in the back. It comes to here. I looked at the mansion, and the fire already spread to the second floor. Flames were flying out of broken windows. Oh! I just saw a silhouette go into the mansion through the back entrance. No way, Nami! I panicked and ran after her. But she tripped on something and fell down. Nami had collapsed. But when my foot hit her, she didn't even budge. This was Nami. Hey, get a hold of yourself. I put my ear to her chest. She had no pulse. No! I just barely felt something now. I listened closely. I didn't hear anything. No, that's impossible. I felt a pulse now. I heard something. I started pushing my hands into her chest. Nami, hurry up and open your eyes. Wake up already. I gently spoke to her. Nami, come on, it's time to go home. You have to wake up. She didn't respond. Nami, what are you doing? Hurry up or I'll leave you behind. I pushed her chest with all my strength. You already ran this far. Why did you run there again? Come on, wake up. But no reaction. I continued pushing her chest as if I had gone mad. Nami! Nami! But it was no use. I realized I was rambling and hitting her chest without any real effort. Nami. Why like this? Why like this? I buried my face in her chest. Huh? I frantically put my ear there. Nami! I was sure her heart was beating. Nami! I started hitting her chest again. Her heartbeat was getting stronger little by little, and before long her face started to turn red. I loudly called out. Nami! Oh. When I wondered if I heard her say that, her eyelashes moved slowly. Jum-san. Nami! I hugged her. Thank goodness. Nami. What in the world? It's okay. It's okay. I started crying. Oh, I remembered. Naomi, my sister. Nami turned to the mansion going up in flames. The mansion is burning. No way. Her face was gloomy. It couldn't be helped. She did her best saving you. My brother? What about Naoki? No, Nami. There was no younger brother. That was all Naomi's fantasy from the beginning. A fantasy? Yes, her loneliness became worse and worse, and she made up that illusion. The bones Naomi said were her brothers were actually bones from a dog. Then the snakes came and devoured them. You know, we're surrounded by snakes now. It's fine. No way. Then we heard a crazy screaming voice from the mansion. Naoki! Naoki! Naomi! No! You won't make it! I held Nami back from running to the mansion. Naoki! The next moment, the mansion began to crumble. A thunderous roar drowned out Naomi's screams. The mansion's collapse was tremendous. Before my eyes, the roof caved in and the stone walls came crashing down. It was like only Naomi's resentment was supporting the old mansion, which collapsed as if to bury it in Naomi herself. Naomi. Nami knelt onto the ground. Tears dripped from her eyes. Next to her face, a single Otogirisō, red in the fire of the burning mansion, slowly swayed in the wind. Ooh, that was good. But there's way more. Neat little game. It is. Let's see here. Try and open this thing up in a way I can actually view it. I just want to see how many different endings there are. I know there's like a lot of like a fair amount of dead end stuff. I don't even know how to make sense of this thing. Oh, I can't even, like, the images. I have to find the site completely open it because it's. It's just like an embedded image. I can't see it at all. Dead ends. Yeah, I think there's like, I don't know. I thought there was. Rest of this be awesome. I would love to see them come back and redo some of these. I think that there's a better chance of them remastering the Cry of the Banshee, because that one I think did get an English release. Banshee's Last Cry. Let's see. The Exodus Games released the game in English for iOS. Titled Banshee's Last Cry in 2014. It's gone off of there. End. Remake developed, published by 5Me. Was released in Japan for the Windows. It's a remake. So they haven't yeah, I think the iOS version is the only version that got released in the US for that. But that one's got like quite a history and was fairly popular. And I thought I had read that they were going to work on that. Trying to see like what else they I think comparable to, because they had like, if you watch that video I put in the description, it goes into like great length about I think we just reset it, like the different games that followed this and their relative successes or failures. I think the last big one they released that we got a Western release was the 428 Shibuya Scramble, which I'd like to check out sometime. I don't know if I'll stream it, but I'm interested in playing it. All right, well, let's reset. I guess it should have auto saved, so should be fine. I'm curious what like how the chapters work, or what happens if we go back in, if we can go to like specific choices, or if we just like go through the whole thing. Jum. Loop number 2. What did the manual say? If I could make this work. Is it not working because it's not visible? All right, let me. There we go. Go back to the saves. Player's name, how many pages you've read, how many choices you've made. $34 choices. Okay. Resume. So what does resume take me? All right. Let's go along for a little bit and see. I want to find that. Find a better version of this flowchart that I can actually see. Oh, so after you beat the game once, it unlocks more and different choices. There's 10 endings, 10 different endings total. Okay. So that answers that. I'm trying to find a version of this that's large enough for me to see. Just to see if there's like, is there a point where this would just like try again and God, it's a lot of flow charts. Oh, let's just see. Trees look like a parade of corpses. Sleeping face was beautiful. Unconsciously glancing as I gripped the steering wheel. Kia! Jump in the car. Pretend poker. I felt an ominous premonition and shuddered. Nami looked out the window. Huh? Jumkun. What? What species are those flowers? So many of them had been blooming out here. Yellow flowers continued on the side of the road. They had long, narrow stems and round leaves. Ah, those. They are Otogirisō. In Japanese, its name is written as grass that cuts the younger brother. Otogirisō? Yes. The Otogirisō has a strange history. I thought telling it could be a nice change of pace with talking to Nami, but given the choice, I told an exaggeration of the story. I told a slightly frightening story. I told it like a splatter film. This text is different. So already we're getting like, not even that far into it, it's already diverging. C is new. I'll go with C. This was a true story from the Han period. I began to tell it. There were two Falconer brothers. For generations, their family passed down a special secret medicine that was effective for Hawk's wounds. However, at some point, the younger brother let it out to his lover. When the older brother found out, he went into a rage and took a large Nata blade. Wait, a Nata? Nami looked uncomfortable. Yes, it was unusually big with blackened blood stuck to it. He marched into his brother's home with it. You don't have to continue the story. Nami covered her ears. I didn't care and kept going. The younger brother was together with his lover. His older brother first violently pulled down his hair as he tried to escape. With a huge Nata with a dull black shine, he swung down with all his strength. No! A huge spray of blood flew out, and the head rolled away. Next, as the woman was screaming and running away, he stabbed the Nata into her chest. Jumkun, I said to stop. Then the spray of blood landed on the flowers. That's where the flower's name, Otogirisō, comes from. Nami breathed in a huff and glared at me. What the hell? That was really bad taste. When did the sun go down? The area was getting dark. The rain got heavier and heavier. Then I thought, this was a convertible. We'd be soaking wet. Nami's going to say something that's payback for me telling the story. It's funny because I feel like that if it's a convertible is a throwback to the first time when the car just wrecks. And they said, maybe you can rebuild it into a convertible. This was a convertible. We'd be soaking wet. Suddenly, Nami mysteriously looked around us. Jumkun, I don't recognize the scenery, but now that she mentioned it, the coming scenery was very different. Very strangely, it was like the opening to a horror movie or something. Hey, we didn't get lost on the road, right? Nami anxiously turned her head. It's okay, leave it to me. I'll figure it out. It's because I can't see well in the rain. I turned on the wipers. Outside, it was getting rather gloomy. With no lights on the thin road, it was hard to tell how it curved. I turned on the headlights. A sign stood out off in the distance, but I couldn't see it well. I sped up a little and approached. It read, "Curve ahead, slow down." I looked ahead and there was a sudden right turn at the bottom of the hill. I gently stepped on the brake, but didn't feel the usual resistance against my foot. I was shocked with how lightly the brake pedal was bottoming out. Huh? I stepped on it again and again, but it only hollowly hit the bottom. The car steadily sped up while it went down the hill. The brake isn't responding. Welcome back, Judd. Rain was hitting the windshield like crazy. Signs flew past us outside the window. Ahead, ahead! Nami shouted and stuck out her finger. We were rapidly approaching the curve. I hurriedly hit the clutch and dropped the gear. My seatbelt dug into my body as I leaned forward. When I looked up, we were quickly approaching a mountain slope. I let go of the gear stick and sharply steered right. Kia! Nami's shrill voice was deafening. Somehow, we barely avoided crashing into the trees on the side of the road, but this time an oncoming car flew out from the next curve in the road. We're gonna crash! I pulled the parking brake. I tried to stop the car by crashing into a tree on the side of the road. I steered into a pitch black area. I stepped on the brake one more time, all or nothing. Let's see if we can hit a tree. Let's crash into a tree. You beating the game? I did beat the game, but it has 10 different endings, so I'm just dipping my toes in for another run here. I tried to stop the car by crashing into a tree on the side of the road. Nami, brace yourself. If it was a movie, the car would just explode and we'd be dead. I somehow stopped the car without either of us getting hurt. Are you okay? This sucks. Nami was pouting, but she looked dumbfounded. Looks like you're okay. I was relieved. I looked around us. I got out and said, "Oh, I'll go check the car." Looks like you're okay. I was relieved. Somehow I'm not hurt. Do you feel shaken up at all? No, I'm okay. Nami smiled. What about the car? It looks like it got scrapped, but... Whoa! Kia! Lightning struck the top of the tree right in front of us. In an instant, split right in two and burst into flames. It's falling down! We jumped out of the car. Oh no! Jump-kun, your car! The falling tree crushed my car. The ceiling caved in. The windshield shattered. It was a tragic sight. It's okay. At least we got out safely. I said that while trying as hard as possible to hide my frustration. You think we can remodel it as a convertible? Oh, that idea was... The car lit on fire. That dream was short-lived. I was an idiot to dream of that for even one moment. It's impossible anyway. Remodeling a regular car into a convertible only would have made it look worse. I was grumbling, and Nami patted my back. Oh, don't be such a sour grape. But more importantly, Jum-kun, what should we do? The car's scrapped, and it's raining. Nami sounded anxious. Also anxious, I approached Nami. For now, let's look for a road. I looked for a line off in the distance. Also anxious, I approached Nami. I said, it's pitch black. This isn't the time to be talking so thoughtlessly. What should we do? The rain is getting heavier and heavier. Nami held her bag above her head. Huh? Nami, you got your bag out of the car? Just my wallet and a change of clothes are in it. At any rate, this money won't help us now, but it's fine, it's fine. That's a good idea, Nami. I opened the bag. Hey, there's a flashlight inside. How convenient. I switched it on, and yellow Otogirisō flowers stood out from the shadows. They're even blooming here, too. Mysteriously, all the plants were withered except for the Otogirisō. Those yellow flowers continued sporadically into the forest as if inviting us. They're like a road guiding us. They really are. I wonder where they lead to. Look, a light. Nami pointed beyond the forest. You're right. But that's strange. It wasn't there earlier, right? Now that you mention it. Maybe you didn't realize it because we were thinking about the car. Oh, you may be right, but I feel like something suddenly appeared. Nami blinked in disbelief. No way! Maybe the lights weren't on until now. That's true. That's a more reasonable explanation. Nami smiled, but it seemed forced. Maybe deep down she was afraid. Anyway, we're saved. Let's go see if they'll let us rest inside. I took Nami's hand and began walking. As we went ahead, the Otogirisō became more dense. Maybe they really were guiding us to that house. As I thought that, the road split into three paths here. The middle road was as wide as the one we'd been walking on, but the left road was a little thinner and muddy. The right road had thick trees and looked haunted. Picked the middle road. I picked the right road. I picked the left road. Oh, I want the haunted road. I picked the right road. Nami said, "Hey, I'm a little scared of this tree here. It's like it'll eat me." "Hey, what are you saying? It's fine. Trees can't eat people." "No, I'm scared." Nami started to run. "Hey, look out. Give us the haunted road." Suddenly, Nami stopped walking. "Nami." She said nothing and pointed ahead. It was an old Western-style mansion. Not including a light from a window, there was a strange light around the outline of the mansion that made it look blue. That mansion? Nami gulped. It's like it's glowing on its own. Yeah. I noticed goosebumps coming up my spine. "Jumkun, shall we go?" When Nami asked me that, I decided to meekly turn back. I daringly decided to go. I decided to be strong because of my masculine nature. What if we had other creepy homes to choose from? I don't know. I imagine that like we get into the mansion and that's where things diverge more, but I don't know. Let's meekly turn back. I decided to meekly turn back. Let's turn back. I told that to Nami and was startled. It was coming to us? The mansion was chasing us little by little? Jumkun, where are you going? Is the mansion actually... It's very funny, like, oh, it's chasing us. My preview is like way behind. The tree arms like the monster house. Yep. Jumkun, where are we going? I heard Nami's voice from behind me. Huh? Something was twisting around my feet. They were Otogirisō. Why were these flowers here? Even though they weren't vines, they were twisting around my feet and making me move towards the mansion. What did this mean? To Nami, perhaps it looked like I was walking by myself. Or was I really walking? Without being aware of it in the slightest. Wait, I'll go too. I was already at the gates to the Western-style mansion. Nami ran to catch up with me. What should we do, Jumkun? I was scared, but decisively said, we came this far, let's go in. Should we do? I let Nami decide. I'm just going to take a back seat. What do you think? What should we do? I let Nami decide. I made up my mind, let's go in. Okay. What from the rain, the heavy gate doors had a black luster. When I pushed them, they opened without resistance. Excuse us. We politely bowed towards the mansion and stepped through the gates. Yellow flowers were blooming like crazy in the large garden. All Otogirisō. Then something passed by. Oh, a cat. What, a cat? Oh, you surprised us. Nami said, it's a black cat. It turned its head to us. Its whole body twisted and shined in a green light. That was strange. A green cat? The green cat quickly ran off beyond the wildly blooming Otogirisō. Jumkun. Without a moment's delay, I said, our eyes are a little tired. It must be the lighting. Who would have the nerve to paint a cat? The cat must be the real Naoki. He was here all along. Shh, quiet. We listened carefully. There was a low growl that sent chills down my spine. Wolves? Nami became pale and screamed. Japanese wolves are supposed to be extinct. Many eyes were watching us from the darkness. Look! Run! Run to the front door! I took Nami's arm and ran. I grabbed the entrance's doorknob, but the door was firmly closed. Excuse us! Please open the door! No response from inside. The wolves' growls were approaching. Decided to smash down the door with my body. Decided to break a window with the flashlight. I was completely flustered. Then Nami took my flashlight and slammed it into a window. All right, we can go in. I went to the mansion first and pulled Nami inside. I mean, the wolves can just come in the window too, you know. Nami said, "We're safe for now." "Oh no, you're bleeding." Blood was flowing out of a cut on the back of my left hand. When Nami took my hand, I said, "Oh, it's okay. I can handle it." I licked the cut. "No, you really have to get that treated." Nami took a handkerchief out of her pocket and rolled it around my hand. It faintly smelled of roses. "This is all I can do for now, but later I'll do it properly." "Thanks." "Oh, this is embarrassing. Besides that, I ended up breaking it." "Do you think the owner will punish us when they find out?" "We'll apologize first." I got up and looked around. Well, if you jumped, it's super effective. It'd be just like climbing through. We'd just be a pile of ground up meat right now. The foyer was huge. The atrium hall went up to the second floor. A big chandelier was hanging from the ceiling. There was a big brick fireplace to the left with some cloth-covered sofas ranged in a U-shape. I faced the back of the house and called out, "May we come in?" "Excuse us, we've come inside." Nami also called out, but no reply. "Do you think no one's here?" "Yeah, well, I guess not." "How about we sit for a moment? I'm tired." I started walking to the sofas. A Western-style armor was next to the fireplace. I've seen these from things like TV and pictures, but never in real life. Soldiers from the European Middle Ages wore these in battle. I thought it looked heavy. "Hey, what do you think that is?" Nami tapped my shoulder. "Eh? Look, that." Nami pointed to the right side of the entrance hall. A huge water tank was placed right against the wall. The shape was nothing to worry about. The silver borders were common for glass water tanks. The problem was its size. It was strangely big. "What do you think is inside?" I approached the tank. Because of the churning muddy water and the moss stuck to the glass, I couldn't tell for sure if anything was in there. I climbed up to try to stick my hand in from above. I planned to look into it from above one way or another. I remembered Nami and I had gone to an aquarium a while ago and thought I'd kiss her. How sweet. I remembered Nami and I had gone to an aquarium a while ago and thought I'd kiss her. But when I tried to put my arms around her shoulders, she suddenly turned around. Someone looked at me from inside the tank just now. "No way!" I put my forehead up to where Nami, but I couldn't see anything besides the thick drifting moss. Was that? What was that text? I was like extended past the screen. "You didn't see a fish's eye or something, right?" "No. A person's eye was looking at me." Nami said something scary. "There's a noise from upstairs." We looked at each other. I knew it. Someone's here. What should we do? No matter what, we have to greet them. "Night cleaner, Carl. They're here. The cleaners." I shouted loudly on the second floor. "Excuse us. Is anyone there?" No reply. Strange. Do they not hear us? I don't think that's true, but are their ears bad? It's possible. They can't speak up. In any case, let's go up and look. We began climbing the stairs at the front. Oh, I opened my mouth wide. The armor. It's gone. Huh. When we were meddling with the water tank, the armor disappeared without making a sound. Anyway, let's go check upstairs. My voice was shaking. We slowly went up the steps, but then Nami gasped and grabbed my arm. "What's the matter?" "Someone's watching us." Flustered, I quickly fixed my hair. In times like this, a man doesn't scare the girl he loves. I cowardly ran away up the stairs. We made it upstairs, and the hallway branched to the left and right. I'm pretty sure the sound came from here. We headed into the right hallway. Nami asked, "Which room do you think?" "Shh." I hear it again. I said, "It's here." No reply. Is no one inside? I boldly opened the door. It was dark inside, without any signs of people. There was a wooden table in the left corner, plus a desk lamp that was emitting a faint red light. Then I saw another low table to the side. A checkerboard cloth was spread out on it with a single book on top. We went inside. Ah! The door suddenly closed behind us. Panicking, I turned the doorknob. Without caring about the door, I approached the table to check the book. I screamed, "Nami, look at the door!" Panicking, I turned the doorknob. Lightning illuminated the room. What? That's... Nami clung to my arm. That's such a rad illustration there. Sitting in a wheelchair, there was a dried-up mummy. A book was in its lap. What I thought was a low table was actually its lap. What in the world? Mumra. I don't know if it is Mumra. He's pretty tired. He's all tuckered out. My teeth were chattering. The light from the stand went out and the room went pitch black. The wheelchair started to move. Oh my God. I stepped back. Ah! Nami pulled me to her with my clothes. The creaking of the wheels got closer. My hands shook and the door wouldn't open. Come on, open already. We fell out into the hallway. But it was also pitch black here. I couldn't even tell right from left. Nami, where's my flashlight? I don't know. I don't remember. Was there anything else I could use as a light? At any rate, let's look for it. Maybe there was a lighter in my pocket. Let's look for it. At any rate, let's look for it. For an instant, a flash of lightning came through a window. It's here! With the lightning as a guide, I headed for the stairs. I went down them, opened my eyes wide, and looked for the flashlight. There! It was lying in front of the water tank. I almost fell running down the stairs and hurried to pick it up. I flipped the switch and faced the second floor. The dim circular light spread out along the upstairs passage. The mummy was gone. Oh, my feet. Nami weakly fell to her knees. I fell on my backside next to her. At any rate, to think that a mummy, in this modern-day Japan, did we actually see that? I didn't want to scare Nami, so I headed for the stairs to check for the mummy on my own. Since I was scared, I asked Nami if she could go check something for me. I decided to go check with Nami since I was scared to be alone. Just send her on. You go. Since I was scared, I asked Nami if she could go check something for me. What's up, Gimble? Welcome in. How you doing? Nami. What? Did you see that wrinkled thing just now? I think it was a mummy. I see. I have a request, actually. What is it? Can you go and check it out? Me? No way. But I'll be scared if you don't. Jum-kun, you go ahead. I'm paralyzed with fear. You're pathetic. Nami let out an exhausted sigh. Okay, I'll look and come back. Wait here. She headed for the stairs. Nami, wait. What? I'm still scared to be alone. Shameful. In the end, Nami took my hand and we both went upstairs. I opened the door and the lights were on inside. The wheelchair and the mummy were gone. Oh, Nami noticed a diary on the floor. I picked up the old leather-bound diary and found it was very heavy. I quickly flipped through it and the last page ended on a date 6 years ago. There was blood on it. Deep red drops of blood. Fresh blood on an old diary. What did you say? Feeling weak from the blood, I got dizzy. Something happened here. Let's leave. A cat must have eaten a mouse or something, right? So this... Run away, Nami. Let's get as pathetic as possible. Rushing out of the room, we ran through the hallway and down the stairs. Gah! That surprised me. What? Was that a bat just now? It looked like it. It's almost like everything is welcoming us here. What's that? We froze in our tracks and listened closely. The armor? Nami said. I can't take this anymore. You've crossed the line with messing with us. We opened the doors and the front entrance door and went outside. The rain had stopped and the moon was out. I carefully took a step forward and said, okay, let's get out of here. Okay, let's get out of here. I took Nami's hand and started to leave. I carefully took a step forward and said, okay, let's get out of here. Be careful. What? I stepped on something. I lifted my foot to look, and it was the severed head of a cat with its tongue hanging out. Yeah! Its bloody limbs, tail, and other body parts were scattered about and torn to shreds as if something devoured it. Who in the world would do something like this? That's horrifying. Come on, let's go already. No way! I forcefully pulled Nami's hand and tried to leave, but Kya! What's the matter? Something's over there. Where? I saw something huge moving in the shadows. Kya! Trembling, we immediately went back inside. I think we'd better not go outside. Yeah, I don't want to die like that cat. Nami was ghastly pale. All we can do is try to stay safe in here. Yeah. Furthermore, what should we do? Do we stay afraid like this or try to identify the culprit? I don't like not knowing who's doing this. Let's find out. All right. We stood up. Where do we start? Wait, before that, I looked all around our surroundings. Let's look for something that we can use as a weapon. Cool, I'm sure you'll beat them. Yeah, you too. All right, let's go. I took a bottle of Western alcohol from on top of the fireplace. You think that'll work? It will. If I get scared, I'll drink it. Oh. We went out the end of the foyer into the first floor hallway. Nami looked both ways in the long hallway, and she asked me, which one? This one. We courageously started walking to the first room. That one, perhaps. Should we try checking in there? I timidly opened the next door. That one, perhaps. Should we try checking in there? I timidly opened the next door. There was a wall of bookshelves and a large, splendid desk. A study. Wow, the owner must be smart. They say we can understand someone through their books. I took a stack of books on the desk. Research for abnormal psychology. Early childhood psychopathology. The unconscious and insanity. The mental makeup of people with dual personalities. These are just difficult books on psychological relations. Then I turned around at the sound of pages being turned. Nami, what are you reading? Huh? I'm not reading anything, but it definitely wasn't her. Even so, again, there was the sound of pages turning. Someone's here! You say that, but no one else is here. We quietly peeked through the bookshelves. A book on a small desk over there was flipping through its pages by itself. It was just the wind. But there isn't any wind blowing. That's right. Anyway, it's distracting us from reading. So how about we go? Sure. We left that room like we were running away. And then I said, we're seeing all kinds of things since our nerves are shot. Let's thoroughly look around for suspicious rooms. Let's take a short break and think. Let's just hold off for a while. We came back to the foyer. We were startled. What? There's a phone here. An old black phone was where the armor used to be earlier. We silently stared at the ringing phone. What should we do? I feel like we should answer. Okay. I brought the phone to me. Nami shouted, Jumkun! Pinching the phone cord, she held it up to me. Smoke was rising from the molten tip. And yet it rings? I pondered if there was some kind of trick to it. For some reason, I couldn't resist reaching for the receiver. I thought the bell was like someone shouting. I pondered if there was some kind of trick to it. I took the receiver. Hello? I shouted into the receiver. Hello! I heard a woman breathing into it. Why? Huh? I almost dropped the receiver. Hello! Hey, why? It was a woman's low, almost resentful voice. Wah! I hung up the phone. Was it a woman? I think so. Then there was a sound from upstairs. Hey, what was that? I said. I knew it. Someone's here. It's not a mouse, right? We'll keep going. We gotta keep going this route. It's not a mouse, right? We headed to where the sound came from. Over there, right? It was the third door on the left in the upstairs hallway. I'll open it. Okay. When I went in, there was an ordinary guest room, but something shiny was on a table. It's a knife. Many flowers were coiled around it. Otogirisō. I got an ominous feeling. What's the matter? I remembered something unpleasant. What? Otogirisō symbolizes revenge. So you're saying this is a house of revenge? The tip of the blade flashed with light. Nami screamed, Get rid of that knife! I opened a window and threw it as hard as I could into the darkness of the night. When I threw it away, I didn't know why, but I didn't want to get caught up in the revenge. I got worried and looked back at Nami. I felt something sad in this mansion. I got worried and looked back at Nami. Nami, she was pale. Let's leave! I grabbed Nami's hand. I feel something horribly ominous. Even someone as dense as me knows that. Let's leave. Almost dragging her outside, I closed the door with both of my hands, like I was sealing in something unpleasant. This room is next. I approached the door on the opposite side. Almost crying, Nami asked, You'll still look? I shouted, Yeah, because you won't calm down if I don't look. We may have to stay the night here. Simply put, some crazy eccentric could be living in this mansion. We have to find out if they're trying to harm us, if anyone even lives here at all. I quickly talked on and on. Nami said nothing. I thrust the door open. A window at the front, a small desk in the left corner, a bed. It was a very ordinary room. Nothing here. I closed the door. There are some rooms we haven't seen yet over that way. I deliberately said that impersonally, and I went ahead to the other end of the hallway. Still silent, Nami followed behind me. I checked here before, but just in case, we looked in the room where we found the mummy earlier. But as expected, it wasn't here. The diary was in the same place as before. 2 rooms left. I opened the door opposite the mummy room. Oh, what's the matter? Nami glanced inside and seemed relieved when she looked at me. It looks like a woman's room. Things like the curtains, bed, and wallpaper were all white or light pink. Various ornaments and vases. Is it vases? Vases. I'll say vases. Were neatly arranged inside. I knew it. Someone is here. Without knowing why, I was relieved. It really looks like someone is living here. Want to go in and check? No, so far the rooms didn't feel lived in. So we felt like we were exploring and could do some bold things. Say vase if you're pretentious as Sean Connery. Say vase if you don't know better. I just want to sound fancy. I say it to sound fancy, even though I ain't fancy. For some reason, I suddenly felt like we were being rude. I can't go in without her permission when she's not here. It's a woman's room. If you say so. But if she was here, why hasn't she shown herself? There's no way she's hiding somewhere and having fun scaring us. Okay, if she does come out, I have to greet her. I wanted to complain, but let's search in earnest for the owner. I closed the door. Is she in here? I stood in front of the next door. Even so, when I reached for the knob, Nami suddenly grabbed my hand. What? We shouldn't go in here. Are you okay? You look so scared. Hey, let's stop already. She looks serious. What's this all of a sudden? Hey, please, let's stop. I have a very bad hunch about this room in particular. Just not this room. Why? Why not this room? It doesn't matter. Not this room. They'll say strange things. She might be in here. No, I think she's definitely not in there. Let's go downstairs already. She pulled my hand. Come on, this is the only room we haven't checked yet. I shook off Nami's hand and grabbed the knob. But it wouldn't open. What? I guess it's locked. Yeah, so let's stop. No, I get it. She's hiding here to harass us. Hello? Is anyone there? Hello? No response from beyond the door. Looking more closely, the 4 corners of the door were nailed shut. A room that won't open. Hey, Jumkun, I'm hungry. What are you talking about all of a sudden? I'm serious, my stomach's growling. Won't you look for something to eat? Oh, let's go to the kitchen. I think something's there. But you're also hungry, right? You haven't eaten since lunch. That's true, but hey, let's look for something downstairs. Maybe the house owner is there. Okay, well, eventually, Nami got her way. Nami went down the stairs, briskly walked ahead alone, and grabbed the doorknob in front of her, almost as if it came naturally to her. Jumkun, hurry. Something was bothering me. Nami, how do you know the kitchen is here? Nami, perhaps you know something I don't. Nami, even though you were so scared until just now. I said that mysteriously, and Nami slightly smiled. Huh? Well, for some reason, when I saw you so angry and excited, I felt the opposite, calm. Nami briskly went inside. Maybe that, without thinking too deeply about it, I entered the room. Nami passed by a large table inside and went to a counter at the back. Hey, Nami. She turned around and said, there's a fridge. The white fridge with round corners used to be common years ago. The top part was a freezer. Do you think it has any food? Well, let's see. Nami squatted down and opened the fridge. Nothing. It's completely clean. Do you think people really live here? Ice cream would be nice now. I opened the freezer. Inside was a frozen black cat. I shut the door in a panic. What's the matter? You look scared. No, it's nothing. Nothing in there either. Liar. You found something in there. How cunning. You were going to keep it all for yourself later. Nami stood up. No, there really wasn't anything in there. I stood in front of the freezer to keep her from opening it. Then show me. No, because then I heard a scream from far away. Nami asked, what's the matter? You suddenly look scared. You didn't hear something just now. What do you mean by something? Something like a woman screaming? They have such a strange relationship. Yeah, it's funny because like the more you play it, like you make different choices, like their reaction to each other change. You'll get different scenes in it. Looking forward to playing through this some more. I was gonna see if we can get like one other ending tonight. I can't go too super late, but I'll come back to this again another time. This game literally requires a spreadsheet. Yeah, I was looking for the I saw like a flow chart. There's like 4 pages, but everywhere the image is hosting, it's too low res to actually read anything. So I'll have to find the more reliable information for it. I heard nothing. Oh, you're doing this to trick me. That trick. Yeah, but I just like, you know, for right now, I'm just playing through it. I got through it once. We got one ending. Got all the way through to an ending. And once you finish it once, it opens up some more options. So the more you play, the more options it opens up. But yeah, then it gets, if you're trying to see everything, it gets hard to do that without keeping track of a lot of stuff. I headed for the exit. Wait a moment, you're serious? I'll eat all the ice cream. The earthworm ice cream used as fishing bait? I left the room as I said that, and I rushed out immediately. Hey, lend me the lighter for a bit. Why? Nami had taken a silver candlestick from the table. I'd get nervous without something to light that way. Thanks, here's the lighter back. Now that Nami had a lit candle, I tightly held the flashlight and slowly went through the hallway. Hey, did you really hear a voice or something? Nami looked at me doubtfully as we walked. Yeah. Hee. It was like a long, high-pitched, resentful cry. Hee hee. Creepy. Nami grimaced. But why a cry? Maybe because of a robbery? A robbery? Possibly. Why are the lights on? And why is the owner nowhere to be seen? That could explain it. We turned left at the end of the hallway and continued to the back of the mansion. But as we went on and on, it became narrower and the ceiling got lower. It was strangely dim. It felt like times you suddenly entered a back alley from the main path. I pointed the flashlight and a small iron door stood out of the back. I said, there's a door over that way. What a creepy door. It's like its first secret lab. It was like Nami said. With bare, crudely made rivets and almost all of the paint peeling off, the whole door was rusted dark brown. Is it open? I placed my hand on the knob. That voice now. You heard it, didn't you? It was the same voice as earlier. Nami's eyes widened and she shook her head. Let's go. I boldly opened the door. Suddenly, wind and a splash of water hit our faces. It was the back entrance. I can't see anything at all. I pointed the flashlight into the distance, and something on the right reflected it back. It's a greenhouse. So that means the scream came from inside there? Ah! Nami softly screamed behind me. What is it? It's gone out. Distressed. Nami was looking at her candle. Oh, the rain put the candle out. What should we do? It's useless outside, so let's leave it here. I left it at my feet and took Nami's hand. Well, let's go. We joined hands and walked through the mud. Our dry clothes quickly got soaked, and it was hard to walk with our shoes covered in mud. Nami quietly asked, do you think someone's there? I don't think so. What? Then why did I come along? I mean, it could be another living person. Not a chance. At that moment, Nami's expression changed. because if someone was there, I'm sure they would have noticed the flashlight shining just now. I didn't see any reaction, so they already... Why are you saying something so scary? Nami looked like she'd cry. It was pitch dark inside the glass in front of us. I shined the flashlight inside. Ah! Nami and I screamed at the same time. Again. It was an Otogirisō. Mixed among the other ornamental plants, small yellow flowers were blooming close together. Nami whispered, a greenhouse of revenge. Don't say creepy things. What, you're telling me? Cautiously shining light into the glass, we walked around the greenhouse, but nothing else was especially unusual. Just now, we made it to the opposite side. In the end, nobody was here, huh? I thought we should turn back to the mansion. Should we check the greenhouse or turn towards the entrance? Let's head back to the mansion. Gotta go green. Let's just hang out here. No one's gonna be out here. We can see all of the surroundings. It's pretty safe. In the end, nobody was here, huh? I thought we should turn back to the mansion. Yeah, there wasn't. That was anticlimactic. Then, hee hee. Huh? Huh? I pointed the light towards the sound, and the greenhouse door was flapping in the wind. I glanced at Nami's face. Her mouth still half open. She was looking at me out the corner of her eye. This is embarrassing. All right, race to that door. I started running. What? That sound was the door creaking? Nami shouted, almost scolding me. It's a race, a race. I continued running without paying attention to her. Wait, Kia! I looked back, and she had fallen with her backside on the ground. I fell down, this sucks. Laughing, I faced the door. I said, wait, I can't see in the dark. When I arrived at the entrance, I turned around and pointed the light at Nami. The greenhouse's glass door stood out in the corner of the light. Then, when I saw it, my smile froze. Oh, come on. You left me behind. Nami caught up to me. Then she saw my face and said, you're looking so scared again. You won't fool me this time. I pointed at the glass door with my chin. Since you're generally a scatterbrain. Hee hee. Nami was written on the glass door, big red letters. The shaking glass bounced the light back, as if gently brushing against us in the rain. I said, it's a coincidence. But I realized my voice was growing tight. Even if it was a coincidence, why was her name in a place like this? Nami's face went pale. She stood stock still in the rain out of surprise. At a loss for words, only our eyes were moving in time with the glass. Hee hee. Flapping in the wind, the door creaked again. Let's go back. I deliberately spoke encouragingly, but Nami didn't respond. Let's go back. I strongly pulled Nami's hand, but she refused to move. Why? Why is my name? You're worrying too much. But I said it's just a coincidence. That's it. We've never even been here before, so it has nothing to do with you. Someone who lives here just happens to have the same name as you. True, it's odd that it's written there, but if we asked the owner, they'd probably be like, what's that all about? I'm sure that's all it is. As if shaking off my fear, I kept on talking loudly without stopping to take a breath. Okay. Talking in a small, almost disappearing voice, Nami nodded. Staying in the rain too long is bad for us. Let's go back. I dragged Nami along and started to walk back. Hee hee. We returned to the mansion, and Nami looked depressed. I felt really bad for her. It was my fault, after all, that we saw that out there. Some way to cheer her up. That's it. I deliberately said brightly, hey, what? Won't you take a bath? Nami looked surprised, because we got all money. But it's fine, it's fine. I think it's probably over there. I went ahead on my own. We turned right around the dim hallway, and soon there was a frosted glass door in front of us. Here it is. I pulled the handle. It was pitch black inside. I pointed the flashlight, and just as I thought, it was a washroom. On the left, there was a white sink with a big mirror. A Western-style toilet was next to it. Another frosted glass sliding door was at the back. It probably led to the bathroom. Okay, we should wash our hands first. I approached the sink. Now we wash our hands first. I thought I might go first. I think this is the bath, but I opened the sliding door at the back. I think this is the bath, but I opened the sliding door at the back. A nice, cool air flowed over us. Wow, it's big. I looked back at Nami and was startled. The mirror was smeared deep red with blood. Nami, that's... Huh? The reddened Nami in the mirror looked up. I blinked and looked again. It was just an ordinary mirror. Do you think the shower works? Yeah. I turned it on in a hurry. Hot water's coming out. It looks okay. At any rate, I'll hurry up, get clean, and then leave the mansion. Of course, they'll let Nami go in first. I'm gonna hurry up. I wonder if we'll get cooked if I go in first. At any rate, I'll hurry up, get clean, and then leave the mansion. I took off my shirt without saying anything. Nami asked, "What are you doing?" Huh? Aren't you getting in the bath? I will, but... So like I asked you. I'm going in, so why are you undressing, Jum-kun? I thought you could wash my back. You're joking, right? Yeah. At Nami's request, I brought our bag of clothes from the foyer to the bathroom. Thanks. I'll come out all clean. Then I'll wait out here all dirty. Reluctantly, I left the bathroom. Nami started taking a shower. Oh, I think she's naked. Kyo! Nami screamed. Jum-kun! Nami! I rushed in. Nami was there in dense steam. A bath towel covered her most important places. The water suddenly started to boil. I was about to be badly burned. You brought a towel in here? That's not the point. She got seriously angry. Okay. He was so excited for his chance. I'll go look. Still wearing my shoes, I went into the dense steam. I turned the faucet down, but the hot water didn't stop. It seemed to be getting hotter and hotter. I said, don't get burned yourself trying to fix it. I think I need to go check the boiler room to fix it. Jum-kun, where are you going to look? I instantly knew where the boiler room was. I opened the door under the stairs in the foyer and went down to the basement. At the end was the boiler room. I was sweating a lot from the steaming heat inside. I looked at a meter and was shocked. The boiler room's in a different place now. The water temperature control knob was set to 100 degrees. I set it back to 42. I looked at the pressure gauge, and the boiler's internal pressure was rising considerably. The safety valve was broken. No, actually, it wasn't broken, but if someone did break it. Suddenly, I became worried about Nami. Wait, Nami! As I ran, I told myself, Nami is safe. I ran, cheering myself up after I nearly fell down. I'm sure she's fine. As I ran, I told myself, Nami is safe. Nami. Nami wasn't there. Nami! I panicked. Nami! Nami! What's wrong? You're shouting so loudly. Thank goodness, Nami was there. I had my hair in the wind, sorry. Let's get out of here right now. The walking armor, the disappearing mummy, the boiler on the fritz. Something would kill us if we stay here. Yeah, I think so too. However, I had a bad feeling about having this filth on my body forever. I wanted to take a bath if possible. But it was dangerous to leave Nami alone, so I didn't go in. But Nami will get scared from being alone, so I thought I'd wash up quickly. What does that mean? What the bad feeling of having this filth in the body forever? He just wants to get clean. He's got to be clean. Hair in the wind. I don't know. Either she had a blow dryer with her, which is doubtful, or she like stuck her head out a window or something. Those are the two guesses. They both seem implausible. Having like a hair dryer makes more sense, but it also seems like he would have noticed that. But it also assumes that there's like functional good electricity here. It may have just been like a jokey thing they put in, because there's some jokes that they slide in. Although I don't think you get like the joke run, like the parody run, until like you get everything else. Sounds like it's saying something that was translated too literally. Yeah. It's not a saying I am familiar with. Oh, look it up. Look it up. No, that's just, of course, everything it brings up is like, if you have the wind in your hair, like, no, that's not what I said. That's not what I said. Should I not go in? Or should I go in? We went in last time. I kind of just want to see if we can get burnt if I go in there. Well, no, I'm not going to get burnt because I fixed it. Well, no, it still broke last time and somebody locked me in. No, I'm just going to not go in. It was too dangerous to leave Nami alone, so I didn't go in. She said, I'll be fine. Hurry and clean yourself up. Okay. This time, the shower's hot water could adjust itself fine. I was washed up in a big hurry. I felt like the water was washing my filth, fatigue, and fear down the drain. Even so, I thought, I wonder where the house's owner went. Heck, I wonder what kind of person they are. Something else was bothering me. I felt like sometimes Nami wasn't her usual self. There were times I didn't know what she was thinking about. Well, no, I might be mistaken. Suddenly, I noticed a strange smell. It was from the bathtub. I quietly peeked inside. Oh! Instead of hot water, many bare bones and chunks of meat were scattered about. It was like after a beast devoured its prey. None of this was here earlier. I had to get out. No matter what, I grabbed the sliding door. I tried to think about what to say to calm myself down. Oh, I would just leave the meat tub. I had to get out no matter what. I grabbed the sliding door. It wouldn't open. Was it locked from outside? Nami, hey, Nami! When I pulled with all my strength, I ended up pulling off the handle. Suddenly, a huge amount of water began to gush out of the shower and all the faucets in the bathroom all at once. The water started to overflow and gradually fill up the bathroom. Nami! Nami! No matter how many times I called out, she didn't respond. In an instant, water was rising from my ankles to my shins and to my waist. Oh, I'm gonna drown! I forgot to say, but I was a hopeless swimmer. I pounded on the wall. I shouldn't have done that. I accidentally started an earthquake. The inside of the room shook unstably, and cracks quickly spread through the tiles in the ceiling and the walls. The sliding door shattered. Holes opened up all over the walls. Water flowed out all at once. I escaped through the hole into the washroom. I don't think swimming will help there. I don't think either. I don't think that's gonna get him out of it either. Where's he gonna swim to? Where are you gonna go, buddy? I escaped through the hole into the washroom. Then, mysteriously, the earthquake suddenly stopped. It was like everything until now was a lie. I hurried to put on my change of clothes and rushed out of the washroom. Nami wasn't here. Nami was acting mysteriously again. No, that's impossible. What if somebody kidnapped her? Nami! Nami! I shouted. I'm over here. Say something. If you can't respond right now, make some noise. I'll be right there. She can't make a sound. What should I do? Make some noise. If you can't respond right now, make some noise. I'll be right there. Feeling like I heard noises from upstairs, I started to run. When I was halfway up the stairs, an axe came falling down. I recognized it as the armor's axe. I looked up and saw a silhouette suddenly hide in the hallway upstairs. Nami? I was sure that was Nami. Her white dress left a strong impression. A white dress? I was confused. Nami doesn't have any dresses like that. Nami! I ran up the stairs, but nobody was here. I questioned why Nami dropped the axe. I thought for sure that wasn't Nami just now. I questioned why Nami dropped the axe. Then I noticed a room I hadn't seen yet. In that room, there was a giant painting on the wall reaching the ceiling. Was it depicting a demon? Just as I saw it, my body froze as if my hands and feet were tied up. A dangerous presence moved in the background. Whoa! Somebody thrust a sharp knife at me and just barely missed. Damn, we're getting stabbed. Again and again. And they stuck the knife out at me. Nami, stop it. I couldn't believe it. It was Nami attacking me with a knife. I grabbed her wrists. Nami! I knocked the knife down. She vacantly stood still like a puppet whose strings were cut. Nami, what the heck is wrong with you? Huh? Life returned to her eyes. Jumkun, what am I doing here? Nami looked at me mysteriously. You don't remember anything? Where'd you get this knife? Oh, that? It was on a bed. Okay, then. I wonder why it was in a place like this. And then, when I saw that painting, I suddenly couldn't move. I looked back at that unpleasant painting. And then? Then I can't remember. Was it that painting? Did some mysterious power in that demonic painting hypnotize Nami? Hey, did I do something? Did I try to do something with this knife? Nami, at any rate, let's leave this mansion. It shouldn't be far to a town. Yeah, I want to go home too. Huh? There were strange gashes in a wall over there. Were these here before? Hey, these are marks comparing heights. They really are. There are names written here. I heard Nami gasp. It's my name. Nami and Naomi were written on the wall in a woman's handwriting. Maybe their mother wrote the names. What a coincidence. Nami and Naomi were two girls who lived here a long time ago. Completely still, Nami stared at the wall. She was acting strange. What's wrong, Nami? No, it's nothing. Her expression said otherwise. Really, it's nothing. I couldn't help but worry about what I was thinking. I thought that escaping came before that. If it's nothing, then I suppose it's all right. Now let's get out of here. I thought that escaping came before that. We went outside through the back door. There was a garage beyond the terrace. Huh? In front of the garage, somebody was standing in a daze. Someone's there. Looks like Nami could also see her. Nami, doesn't she look like the mummy from earlier? I'm sure the mummy looked like her. When I thought the woman slowly faced us, she disappeared. Nami, it's our imagination. We didn't see anything. We took each other's hands and went towards the gate. We passed by the garage and approached where we saw the woman. Nami gasped. What? Hey, isn't that a grave? A grave was there. The Western-style gravestone was tidy and thoroughly cared for. No way, that woman just now didn't just come out of here, did she? I turned around and something felt off. Hey, what's the matter, Nami? Nami was intently scowling at the gravestone. Jum-kun! She strongly grabbed both of my hands. Don't leave me. She was terrified. I've been here before. She started saying something strange. I was still about 6 or 7. Somebody forcibly separated us. I've never seen Nami like this. Wait, Nami. Who did you mean when you said separated us? I lived with my family here. My mother and older sister. The 3 of us were really happy. Then one day somebody forced us apart. Nami was crying. No matter how much I cried and screamed, nobody helped me. I was taken away from here all alone. Hey, pull yourself together, Nami. If that's true, then who are your parents now? Didn't you always say you were happily raised as an only child? Nami looked at me blankly. That's right. What am I saying? Nami was troubled. I should let her rest a little, but I didn't know if something else would happen if we went back inside to let her rest. Nami, if you're okay, let's go already. I'm gradually remembering. She was pressing her temples. I knew it. I remembered this mansion. Nami. So look, in that garage, there should be a red square classic car. I went back to the garage. The car Nami said would be there was covered in dust. Look, I've ridden in this before. I noticed goosebumps coming up on my back. Are you sure you didn't just come here to play? I wasn't concerned about that. Maybe so. There was a young child. Was it a boy or a girl? And then mother. Nami looked at me like she was surprised. I knew it. She was my mother. Huh? Nami held her head in her hands and cowered. It hurts. I knew it was dangerous, but I had no choice but to let her rest in the mansion. Let's go back and look for some medicine. No, I don't want to go back in there. I'm fine, so run away with me. It was painful to see Nami like this. Okay, let's do that. I held her shoulder and started walking. But why do I suddenly remember all of this? I didn't remember any of it until now. Never mind that. Don't think about any of it. I knew it. I lived in this house. Taken aback, I looked at her face. the heck was she saying? I was born here. I had an older sister. Yes, and her name was Naomi. Naomi, stop. Something is planting those false memories into your head. Don't pay them any mind. You're becoming more and more obsessed with them. No! You're wrong, Jum-kun. This was my home. I was born and raised here. That's why there was the comparison of heights. Okay, I get it, Naomi. Just try to tell me what you can. Finding a way to escape is more important than whatever you're talking about. I'm just going to keep... We're just going to keep pushing the escape angle. Finding a way to escape is more important than whatever you're talking about. I took her hand and ran into the forest. What's that? Huh? The rising ground was closing in on us. Yeah, run away, Naomi. It was like an earth tsunami. If it swallowed us, we'd die. We frantically ran away, and we'd escape back into the mansion. Good night. Good night, Judd. Thanks for dropping in. Always good to see you. Have yourself a great evening. I'll catch you in the next one. We frantically ran away, and we'd escape back to the mansion. The unusual event subsided. We felt like we were tricked. What should we do? I waited for something to happen, but the ground was completely still again. I asked, how's your headache? I'm okay. Okay, one more try. I'll do whatever it takes to get out of here. I took Naomi's hand. Then, there was another earth tsunami. It's happening again. Run back inside. We rolled back into the mansion. Oh, why won't it let us leave? I turned around, and Naomi was gone. I frantically screamed Naomi's name. I wanted to shout her name, but I was getting too cautious to do it. I'm not playing Chrono Trigger. Yeah, I know plenty about Chrono Trigger. Great game. The stuff. I'm playing Otogirisō. It's a sound novel. It's a visual novel, but they called it the sound novel. They had really, that term wasn't really in use back then. For Super Famicom. Very recently translated in English, I think as of this year. We've already gone through the story once, just going through another time. It's got 10 different endings, a bunch of different story angles on it, so we're just checking it out. We're welcoming. I wanted to shout her name, but I was getting too cautious to do it. Then sounds came from upstairs. Nami. I ran up the stairs. A door at the end of the hallway opened by itself. I ran to it. It was pitch black inside. I couldn't see. So confused, and I saw this reference in the Keketsutoya. I'm familiar with that. Or do I just not recognize the name? Oh, yeah. Type Moon. Yeah, well, a lot of that stuff, Tsukihime sequel, same writer. Yeah, a lot of like the Type Moon stuff exists because of the success of this game and games that followed after it that like led them to develop that stuff. So there's a lot of like other franchises that are much more well known in the West that sprang out from this. This Japanese soundtrack, Super Famicom Mario remix track was awesome. For what, the soundtrack for Chrono Trigger? I don't remember like a Mario remix, but I only ever had the soundtrack from the game itself, from like listening to that, and I never owned like the actual CDs for it. Something glinted in the darkness. It was a knife! I felt it brush past my cheek. It glinted again. This man is bound to get stabbed here. I jumped to the light switch. Nobody was in the room. Then I found something unpleasant. It was my road map. Before we lost our way in the car, I had lost this somewhere. I was certain it was mine because it had notes from when I drove with Nami. The disc was called Super Famicom. The rest was in Japanese writing. I'm gonna look this up. It was from a magazine. Super Famicom Best. Well, it's all in Japanese. There's quite a few of them. Let's see here. Super Mario World. I don't know if it's a remix. I'll have to look more into this later. I usually go to like a khinsider.com for game OSTs because they've got a pretty good catalog of the stuff. So if I'm looking for like a particular release, that's usually the place to go. I'm certain it was mine because I had notes from when I drove with Nami. Then I heard a scream. It was Nami's voice. Panicking, I headed to the room the voice came from while I bumped into things all over the place. I walked because I thought her screams weren't from imminent danger. Now we're gonna panic. Panicking, I headed to the room the voice came from while I bumped into things all over the place. I loudly yelled, Nami, where are you? I'm here. Come! I heard her voice from a room on the opposite side, one room over. I rushed in. Nami said, look! They were maternity health record books. This was mine. This was my mother's maternity health record book for me. Sure enough, Nami was written inside. But the surname was wrong. That's wrong. It just says that a girl named Nami was born here. But the birth dates are the same? So are the blood types. But what if it's just a coincidence? You're wrong. Pale, Nami started to cry. Well, Jum-kun, look at this. She opened it and showed it to me. A baby's handprints were in it. Naomi put her own hands next to them and showed me. They were the same, down to the fingerprints. No, I'm going to stop you there. How are you comparing... The naked eye, you're comparing fingerprints. Questionable enough. But also, has she not grown at all? How would her hands be the same from a baby's handprints? But at this point, this is all well past the point of coincidence, conspiracy, or really ridiculous prank. Yeah. Well, there's like obvious like supernatural forces at work that are just like, they're rewriting your memories. It's rewriting reality to make this fit, but to what end? But yeah, it's certainly like coincidence is the last of it. Like, it was just the wind. That's what the earthquake was. They call her baby hands Nami. I thought it was weird that my hands never grew. I was born and raised in this house. Naomi was my older twin sister. Naomi showed me another maternity health record book. Naomi was written on it. She had the same birthday as Nami. Nami was shaking. Just who am I? So every time they leave, the earthquake rises and stops when they get back. Yep, just a mad scientist doing when he sees them. There's just someone out there like pulling the crank. They got like a wave pool built underground. There's just a bunch of motors down there. It's all an elaborate theme park ride. Nami. Stepping back, Nami said, we can't be together. It's my fault we've gone through all this. Nami, don't say strange things. Nobody believes them. You're wrong! Otogirisō is the flower of revenge. Somebody is after me. I even got you dragged into this. Don't be ridiculous, Nami. No! Run away by yourself. She ran out of the room. Nami! It was impossible. Someone was plotting revenge or something against Nami. I became uneasy about what kind of grudge someone had for Nami. I'm pretty uneasy about that. Say, it was impossible that somebody wanted revenge. Like, you don't know that. I went to the water tank. The stagnant water in it suddenly surged. For an instant, a giant fish scale suddenly passed by in the muddy water. A monstrous fish! It was larger than a human. Was this thing eating people? I saw water splashed on the floor. No way. Nami eaten by that fish? I looked around again. Then I saw the figure of a person in the dining room. It was Nami from behind. Nami! I held back my voice. Nami was facing away from me and holding a knife. She was trying to stab someone at her feet. Forgive me. It's for my younger brother. Sobbing, she said something strange. Her hand gripping the knife was trembling. I can't. I knew it. I can't. Her voice was faint, like she was coughing up blood. Nami, stop. The other person got up from the floor. Jum-kun, run away. It was Nami. There were 2 Namis? Emily from PE, she's mad. No, that's wrong. The woman holding the knife was Naomi. Stop! I jumped at Naomi and held her arms behind her back. Something came from behind. Just when I noticed, it hit the back of my head and I passed out. Those footprints sound wet. In my fading consciousness, I distinctly heard footsteps going away. Just how much time had passed. I came to and the area was completely silent. Nobody was here. Unusual wet footprints were on the floor. They were like from a fish's tail fin. Okay. It was the monstrous fish. Okay. Did that thing from the tank stand up, walk, hit me, and carry away Nami and Naomi? Startled, I hid in the shadow of the doorway to the dining room. Nami was in the kitchen. Something felt wrong here. I nearly screamed. She was cutting her wrist with a kitchen knife. Oh, jeez! Blood was dripping from her wrist and collecting into a small bottle. What the heck was she doing? Nami! She turned around, surprised. Then, Jum-kun! Nami screamed from out in the hallway. Her voice came from the piano hall. So the Nami here was not Nami, but her older twin sister Naomi. Nami screamed again, Jum-kun! I shouted, I'm coming, and started to run. Is Naoki the fish? He could be. I ran into the piano hall, and my heart jumped at the bizarre scene there. A monstrous fish over 2 meters long was attacking Nami. Pushing Nami against the piano with its fins, it was wrapping its long chameleon-like tongue around her neck. It was standing on its tail fins as if they were feet. Most of its face was its huge mouth, which bore sharp piranha-like teeth. I knew from the way it breathed that this thing attacked me earlier. Jum-kun, help! Nami! I was no longer afraid of it. I picked up a nearby chair and charged at it. The fish's eyes faced me and shined red. My body flew through the air and slammed against the floor. I thought of a desperate counterattack. To keep it from hurting me, I pretended to pass out and secretly grasped a shard of glass. The fish slowly tried to attack Nami again. I suddenly jumped and charged at it. My aim was off. Its mouth was right in front of me. Oh my God. Oh! I stabbed the glass into its mouth with all my strength. It crunched on the glass. That didn't work. Glass was nothing more than food to this thing. I barely dodged it. Nami, run away! Nami and I ran deliriously. Just where did we run to? It was just a little more to the exit. Hey, where was that woman? Nami suddenly stopped in her tracks and shouted, She's my sister, my older sister Naomi. I was in no mood to deny her any longer. Setting our current situation aside, there was no other explanation for them looking exactly alike. Nami, let's leave anyway. Like I thought, we shouldn't stay here. No, stay here. My mouth was open for 10 seconds. Nami, what are you saying? We'll both escape from here. That won't change. No! She's my older sister. Sobbing, she was really worked up about it. It wasn't unreasonable. She's a young woman from a good family who went from knowing nothing until just now to suddenly discovering that the house she was born in was home to a mummy, that armor, and a monstrous fish. I was born here, raised here until around when we compared heights. And yet I didn't remember any of that. Why? Why do I remember it now? Who are my father and mother? Nami sobbed. I didn't know what to say. Nami lifted her tear-stained face. I'll go ask my older sister. Nami ran out of the foyer. I didn't see where she went. I panicked. Nami! Nami! I screamed loudly and listened carefully. No, I'd better stop calling her name. It was like I was going out of my way to let them know Nami and I were separated. The second floor. I went up the stairs. I sensed Nami's presence. Nami was in what we called the mummy room. Nami, you pressed the fish. The memories were too strong. I wonder if that fish has psychic powers. Like, what's making the earth move? Is it the fish? Is the fish doing all of it? It was where we first found that mummy in the wheelchair. Nami. She was reading the diary. I remembered it was in the mummy's lap. This was Mother's diary. Nami flipped through it and showed me. She wrote about an accident from 13 years ago. An accident 13 years ago? When I was 7, Mother was driving with me, Naomi, and my younger brother, Naoki. Younger brother? He was 2 years younger than us. Nami was weeping her eyes out. That accident paralyzed him. She held out the diary to me, and I took it and looked through it. Right after the accident, I was put up for adoption. Then things became tough. I skimmed through the diary and was moved from reading of Naomi's continued struggles to care for her disabled brother and the pain of their naturally sickly mother from placing that responsibility entirely on Naomi. It was filled with sentences like, I'm sorry, Naomi. Naoki has nothing to apologize for if he dies. Nami said when he turned 12, he said he wanted to become a fish. A fish! He said, my body won't move. I don't want to live my life in a wheelchair. I want to freely swim around in a huge ocean as a fish. Nami was crying. I'm sure that wheelchair was for him. Does the diary say if he died? Nami shook her head. It abruptly ends when my brother turned 12. If he was 2 years younger than Nami, that was 6 years ago. Now he might have been a bit unhinged. I mean, I think he got his wish. And that's just a coincidence that they have a giant monstrous murder fish. Then what happened in this mansion? We may have already seen Mother. Nami said what I was thinking. Yes, that mummy may be her mother. I'm sure my brother died too. Only my sister, who suffered the most, remains. Judging from the diary, Naomi seemed to be a kind-hearted woman. Nami resolutely said, I want to meet Naomi. Help me, Jum-kun. I want to know why she's hiding from us. I said, I don't really agree. Have you forgotten what she's done to you? How many times did she almost kill us? I'm sure she had a reason. Naomi is a good person. I still disagreed. If Naomi lived here alone, everything that had happened so far was her doing. Since we were almost killed so many times, it was only natural that Naomi wouldn't open up to us. Fine, if you're scared, I'll look for her myself, Jum-kun. Nami angrily went away. She's her mommy. Mama mommy. I was getting angry too. Do whatever you want. I don't care even if the identical twins kill each other. When I went downstairs, I heard that sound. It was the study. I hesitated. Should I run away or go look? Running away was better for my own safety. But I felt like if I went to look, I'd understand more. Come on, you coward. I chose to go look for Nami's sake. I entered the study. The empty wheelchair was there, but not the mummy. Books were stacked up on a desk. Even though there was no wind, one of them flipped open. It was Book of the Devil. Bro wouldn't approve of him. Did he make a deal with the devil to become a fish, and now he's a monster fish? Is that what's happening? Of course, the book was originally written in letters I didn't recognize, either Latin or Sanskrit. But I've seen this book's cover a long time ago on TV or something. I opened it. I involuntarily screamed. A diagram of the monstrous fish was inside. It illustrated transforming from it into a human being and listed the necessary tools and ingredients for making a medicine. The severed heads of lizards, bats, mice, snakes, frogs, cats, plus Otogirisō. What in the world? I groaned involuntarily. This diagram felt like black magic for turning a monstrous fish back into a human. So that monstrous fish was a human being? Another page showed the method for the opposite transformation, from a human into the monstrous fish. How surprising. A shock of sadness spread in my heart. A mother caused the accident. A child was paralyzed. Then he wished to turn into a fish and was changed into one. His older sister's trying to turn him back. The water tank! Before I even thought it over, I was running. Frightened, I slowly and steadily took one step at a time. Now we're running. Before I even thought it over, I was running. Just as I ran in, I noticed something unusual about the water tank. It was emptying. Plus, the monstrous fish was gone. Not even 10 seconds had passed since I heard the splash of water. So just where the heck did all that muddy water and giant fish go? This time, clear water gushed out like a spring from the bottom of the empty tank. The tank was filling before my eyes. What's going on? I jumped onto the ladder and climbed to the top of the tank. Then I heard footsteps running in. Jumington, look out! Get down from there! Nami, where were you? I was looking for Naomi, but I suddenly had a bad premonition. Hey, get down already. I'm fine. I was really worried about you. Then I closely stared at the water. I tried putting my hand into the water. Just stare at the water. I closely stared at the water. Then the model train rose to the surface and released smoke as it dissolved away. What? Model train? This isn't water. Sulfuric acid? No way. Oh, I guess there'd be like a model train like in an aquarium. Is that what I'm to understand? Is that what they mean? Come on, Nami. Don't you get it now? I'm certain Naomi's trying to kill us. But my older sister. Let's get out of here. I grabbed Nami's hand. Wait. It was the monstrous fish. Over there! I'm sure Naomi is there. I don't care about her. Let's get out of here. Nami shook free from my grip and shouted, If you want to go, go. I won't abandon my family. I made up my mind to fight through to the end. It's the right attitude for a loving man. Let's go. Thank you. Nami cried tears of happiness. Nami has no sense of self-preservation. None. Absolutely zero. I don't think Naomi is a bad person. Even though she tried to attack me with a knife, I'm sure she had a reason. Nami spoke in a daze. Don't give me that. Nami, come on. But when she did that, she was crying. Crying? I didn't know that. She was crying. Her hand trembled, pointing the knife at me, and I felt like she wanted to apologize for something. That may be true. If Naomi truly wanted to kill Nami, I think she would have done it already. Well, why was she collecting blood? It's bait, obviously. Bait! Nami said something crazy. That monstrous fish seems to want young women's blood. Naomi tried to take mine, but just couldn't do it, so she took her own blood and made the fish drink it. Kia! Stop! We heard a woman screaming and the sounds of a struggle in the dining room. Please, stop, Naoki! It's Naomi! We ran. The dining room looked like Jaws had come through and attacked. There were smashed cupboards, chairs, and the like. Destroyed cutlery was scattered about. Naomi was on the floor and her head was bloody. Naomi! Hey, pull yourself together. We helped her sit up, and Naomi faintly opened her eyes. I asked, Naomi-kun, you're Naomi-kun, right? She nodded, noticed Nami, and cried her eyes out. Jum-kun! She suddenly called out my name. Please run away from here with Nami right now. Naomi? It's too late for him now. She spoke of the monstrous fish, her brother Naoki. I tried so many times to turn him back to normal. Naomi, you? I didn't understand Book of the Devil at all when I first read it. But Naoki could do it, so I thought I could too. I spent so many years, and at last I could read it. Then? Making the medicines to turn him back to normal required many ingredients. I had a really bad feeling, but I still managed to gather most of them. But there was something I couldn't get until the very end, no matter what. Nami suddenly looked up. Naomi, you don't mean... Yes, Nami. It was your blood. I absolutely needed it in order to return Naoki's body to normal. The mixed blood of twin sisters, yours and mine. I was at a loss for words. In order to do that, I had to lure you here with all sorts of tricks. Then, do you have her blood? No, I couldn't. Because these past 13 years, I constantly thought about how I missed you more than anyone. Naomi cried, unable to speak. So I tried to make do with only my blood, but then it had the opposite effect. The opposite effect? Just my blood wasn't enough for the medicine. I had forgotten using the blood of only one young woman only drove him into an even more of a frenzy. Oh, he's angry. It's coming! Naomi stood up, her body shaking. I'll take care of the rest, so Nami, escape with Jum-kun. then never come back here again. Naomi, I can't just leave you here. Nami screamed and disheveled her hair. Go, Nami. Mother would want that too. Nami held her breath. Mother, where is she? You already know. She's that mummy. She felt responsible for causing the accident. She worried and worried about it. She wouldn't eat anything. Her hair turned pure white. In the end, she turned into that mummy. Was their mother's love? I was overcome with a solemn sadness. Nobody here was bad. Their mother regretted causing the accident. Paralyzed, Naoki wanted to become a fish, and Naomi gave her own blood to try to save him. Nami sadly cried out, I'm the only one who's done nothing for him. Only I have done nothing for him. Nami, calm down. Let's go. Nami thrust me away and ran off. Ah! No, Nami. Nami, stop. The sounds of her steps disappearing into the back of the house. Catch her, Jum-kun. Naomi was frantic. That fish will eat her. Huh? When it first tasted blood, it wanted to eat more and more young women. When it ate them, it became stronger. Kya! That was Nami's voice. Jum-kun, help her. She didn't need to tell me, and I ran. I let Naomi a hand and hurried. I lent her hand and hurried. So what young women did he eat? That's a good question. Are they just luring tourists here to eat them? How long has this been going on? And who has been coming here? That is a very good question. I let Naomi a hand and hurried. I couldn't abandon her now that I knew this much. I thought I'd at least lay her down on the sofa in the foyer. I can walk by myself. Hurry to Nami, Jum-kun. Naomi fainted as she said that. Naomi! Then her unconscious body floated in the air and disappeared into the back of the mansion. Naomi! But she was gone. Where were they? Nami! Naomi! Where did they disappear to? Are they? I had a guess. I came to the unopenable room. Open up! Hey, open the door! It was completely quiet in there. I got back as far as I could and hurled myself at the door. They did the Goosebumps Great Upon Inheritance scheme. That's the way you do it. Because everyone's going to show up for the money. I broke it down unsatisfyingly easily. The first thing I saw in there petrified me. It was a room of sorrow. The floor, the walls, the ceiling, the window frames. The room was filled with Otogirisō. All the flowers were dried out. This was a graveyard of Otogirisō. That wasn't all. A boy's old toys were scattered about as if he was playing until now. They were all toys I fondly remembered playing with as a child. Racing cars, model trains, miniature cars, and all kinds of character-themed merchandise from back then. Then there were rattles, pacifiers, and other old toys for babies. I understood. I finally understood the significance of this room. This was Naoki's playroom before he became that beast. Naoki. Even when he turned into that monstrous thing, he couldn't forget his childish spirit. I imagined him locking himself in his old room and playing with these toys by himself, immersed in his fondest childhood memories. Before I knew it, tears filled my eyes. Nobody here was bad. Even though nobody was bad, something went horribly wrong. Neither Nami nor Naomi were here. I had to help them, but even so, I had to fight Naoki. The door that I had broken down was closed. Something wasn't letting me out. Okay. I thought I'll get out by destroying the door. I thought I'll escape out the window. I'll destroy the door. I thought I'll get out by destroying the door. I tightly grasped my bat here and swung at the door time and time again. Finally, I destroyed the door and ran out into the hallway. But the stairs to the first floor had disappeared without a trace. Gah! By the time I noticed, it was already too late. I couldn't stop fast enough and fell down. How long was I knocked out? Dazed, I looked around. I thought my heart stopped. A demonic ritual was taking place. An altar was in front of the tank full of sulfuric acid. Nami was on top of it. She was nearly naked, but I couldn't see well because of Otogirisō surrounding her. She was lying down as if she was dead. Naturally, the monstrous fish was leading the ritual. Then a woman in a snug white hooded cloak came. It was Naomi. Clearly, she was being hypnotized. The monstrous fish ordered something of her. Naomi passed a container of green liquid to it. Looks like the ritual's finally beginning. The monstrous fish ordered her to take a sword at the altar. She lifted it above Nami's body. I loudly screamed, "Naomi, stop!" Wait! I jumped at them. I would jump at them. Wait! I jumped at them. Naomi threw the sword towards me. Jum-kun, please, use this! I understood. I picked it up and charged at the monstrous fish. It's so crazy. It reacted. I thrust the sword into its abdomen. Naoki! Naomi was crying. After all, it was her frantic, bloody decision to stab her brother. Without a moment's delay, I ran up to Nami. I jumped towards the altar and lifted Nami's body. Nami, wake up! When I saw her up close, she was wearing the thin clothes of an angel. Jum-kun. She opened her eyes. Uh-oh. Just now, the monstrous fish became angry. Its bloodshot eyes flared and burned a bluish-white fire. Nami, take my shirt. I took it off and threw it to her. Jum-kun. Naomi, she replied. Get out of here. I'll be fine. Hurry. Nami's body gently rose into the air. Ah, Jum-kun. Hang on, Nami. Next, my body, and then Naomi's body floated through the air. As our bodies bunched together, we swayingly floated above the monstrous fish and came to just above the water tank. The fish has powers, man. Burning with fire like the Jinn from American Gods. Yeah, he definitely has some kind of, like, supernatural or mind powers. Ah! Fragments from the wall near us fell into the sulfuric acid and dissolved. Our bodies slowly descended. Naomi's hanging clothes made contact with the surface of the acid. Ah! Naomi shouted, Stop, Naoki! Save these two! If you want to kill someone, kill only your older sister! We joined hands in midair. Our bodies were already almost grazing the sulfuric acid. Ah, we're gonna die! Naomi called out, Naoki, help! Then Naomi said, We're your sisters. That's right. We're your sisters. The monstrous fish suddenly stopped moving. It tilted its head a little and seemed to be thinking. Then our bodies felt suspended in the air on pins and needles. Didn't the three of us play together a long time ago? Naomi frantically called out. Remember, Naoki, you were the fastest in foot races. You were the best at painting, too. Naomi called out. I remembered, Naoki. The three of us played by the river during summer vacations. When a snake attacked us, the one who saved us was you, the smallest of us. You remembered. Naoki, your sister Nami remembers. She never forgot you at all. Naoki, please, let's live together in peace from now on. For just one moment, it looked like the fish shed a tear. But it was no use. It went back into its rage from before. It grabbed us, lifted us high in the air, and paused. Our bodies were almost up to the ceiling. It gestured, throwing us in. The three of us had first in the tank, but as slowly as a balloon. Ah! Nami! Nami and Naomi screamed. This time, I also accepted my fate. What? It was the mummy. The wheelchair suddenly came crashing into the tank at full speed. The tank smashed open and the sulfuric acid emptied out. It completely dissolved both the mummy and the wheelchair at the same time. It was all over in an instant. Just then, only the mummy's white hair remained, but it too disappeared without a trace. We dropped onto the dry floor at the same time. It was their mother's love. The love of the mother who was turned into a mummy finally saved us. As if it was dissolving the floor, sulfuric acid was making a small pond in the center of the foyer. The monstrous fish was in it. It was writhing in pain, its body dissolving into mush with each squirm. That is a sentence. Yep. White acidic fumes were rising. Its calls changed into sobs. It was crying. Oh, I shouted, Naomi, it heard your voice just now. Mine too. Nami answered. Naomi was already rushing to it. Naomi, stop! Naomi went to the pond of sulfuric acid. Nothing strange happened. Mysteriously, the acid had become only water. Naoki. Now, Naomi cried and screamed her brother's name. She pulled up the fish's corpse from the pond. Oh! Naomi and I shouted at the same time. The scorched black mass of the monstrous fish cracked, and a beautiful young boy appeared from inside. Naoki! Oh, Naoki! Naomi hugged him. In the worlds of Anderson and Grimm, Naoki would sweetly smile here, thank us for breaking him free of the curse, and stand up. But Naoki did not stand up. The beautiful young boy was nothing more than a corpse. Nami shouted, What's that? That's right. We forgot. The internal pressure of the boiler must have risen too high. Run away! The boiler will explode! Yeah, a fire! Did the boiler catch fire or something? The floor burst into flames, engulfing the whole foyer before our eyes. I said Naomi couldn't run away. Nami said, Naomi, hurry! But Naomi couldn't move because she was hugging Naoki's dead body. The blaze spread to the ceiling and engulfed us. Jum-kun, help Naomi! I pulled Nami back. It's no use, we can't help her. It was dangerous for us to be careless. No! Naomi will die! Don't be stupid, come here. I slapped Nami's cheek and dragged her out. Run! Run! Music reminds me of Sweet Home. It's going to collapse. The mansion Nami and Naomi were born and raised in, will go down in flames. Nami and I stood completely still and silent. Let's get out of here. The boiler will explode. Wait! Jum couldn't look. It was Naomi. She was tightly hugging Naoki's corpse, and now was about to collapse here. Naomi! Naomi couldn't. We embraced. She was at death's door. Naomi, pull yourself together. She weakly opened her eyes. I am no more. Don't say that. You said we... Listen, Nami. She weakly took Nami's hand. Jum-kun, please listen too. I was worried about the boiler, but Naomi's words were impactful. Okay, I'll listen. Yes, thank you. Naomi was struggling to hang on to her dying consciousness. Mother's accident from 13 years ago. It was really me who caused it. What? You and I got into a good fight about where to go, left or right. It looked like Mother was about to go where you wanted, so I said, no, this way. And I turned Mother's steering wheel as hard as I could. Then my vision went pitch black and there was a loud noise. We were at the bottom of a cliff. Naomi gently caressed the face of Naoki's corpse. I made this child suffer this horrible fate. But Naomi, please remember this. Our mother never blamed me for that. She never said a word. Naomi took her last breath. Naomi. Naomi cried. But now there was no time to grieve for her. Naomi, let's go. Come on. I grabbed Nami's hand and ran, almost dragging her along. We got to where we abandoned our car, the site of the lightning strike. Even though it was only a few hours since it happened, we still wondered how much time had passed. A red light shined from under the mansion. Nami and I took each other's hand and gazed at the explosion. The explosion that swallowed up Naomi, Naoki, and their mother's love and sadness. I tightly held her shoulder. Oh, Nami softly said. The stars. Not bad. The stars are aligned. Complete the ritual. Well, that was... I'm not disappointed at all. It was like, I want to see something weird. And it delivered. It delivered. You prefer, is Revenge or Frenzy? The first one is the better ending, is the better story. But the demon fish has a certain charm to it. It's fascinating how this keeps two different stories, especially at its age. Yeah. They talk about like how difficult it was testing it, and how like the as they were working on it, it kept expanding out more and more different sections. It was hard to test all of them, which is also difficult for people doing the translations because trying to go through and test it, make sure all they have to play through a lot of it. It's hard to keep track of everything. It's really clever how it is structured, and how it all plays out. It's a very cool game. I'm really hoping to see more of their other stuff, like make it over to the States. I don't know how likely it is because I don't know. There's the game 428 Shibuya Scramble, which is their newest iteration of this style of game. Because they got the later series, they got a lot more heavily involved with like video in the productions. It wasn't just audio; they were like live action recordings of actors doing different scenes. For very elaborate sort of multi-branching stories. And I don't know how well the Shibuya Scramble sold. And so, if it hasn't done well, right, then it seems unlikely they'll go to the trouble of translating and bring over the rest of them. But who knows? I hope they do. If not them, then I hope that, we'll continue to get fan translations for it. I'm glad this was really good because it justifies my purchase. Where did I put that? This is one of 3 so far Super Famicom games that I own complete in box. But I will say for this one, when I went looking for a copy of it, I found it was like $2 more. I found a copy that was complete in box. And I was like, oh, I might as well. The box is really neat. I love the box for it. I'm back. Did you win? I won twice, Ryan. The second time I had to defeat a demonic evil fish. A monstrous evil fish. It was something. And then Mommy saved us from an acid bath. So that was good. It was a really interesting game. That's two endings. There's 8 more. Obviously, I'm not gonna get all those tonight. I'll come back again. We'll play this again sometime. I don't know when. I don't know if I want to wait till next October to play again, but I guess I don't have to. But it kind of feels like it's the tradition now to come back to it again for next Halloween. We'll see. But this is a lot of fun. This is a lot of fun. I went a little longer than I usually do on a Sunday, which that's going to cost me. But just in that, now I got to make up my time for getting all my other housework stuff done. Yeah. Well, we'll come back. I'll just say this. We'll come back to it again sometime. Who knows when. Schedule will be up tomorrow. What do we got left on the list? I think the only thing that I needed to cut was Infested, but we may still check that out Friday. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday this week. Friday I might stream earlier. It remains to be seen, but Friday I might play a bunch of different games on Friday, including Mortuary Assistant, probably some Phasmophobia, and we may check out some other stuff. Bomberman, no Bomberman tonight, just because I might kind of run out of time. But we got Silent Hill 2, Stay Out of the House, We're going to check out Misfortune, and I'm going to start Fatal Frame. I don't know how long Fatal Frame is, but we're going to do Fatal Frame next week. So I got 2 PS2 games next week. The Flayed Man, I can check it out. They got a demo for it. I might do some demo stuff. Free and Horror and Short. Okay. I think I put that on the list. Or not on a list, but in like a Steam wish list. But those are like the main ones. The Friday actual Halloween day, I'll just be doing a bunch of other stuff. So it's just gonna be a generic thing. But we will do Mortuary Assistant because I gotta get my Count Warlock. I gotta cut open that Count Warlock corpse. We'll see if it's still fun and creepy and weird this year. I don't think anything has changed in it. I don't think they've updated it, which is fine. I felt like I got my money's worth out of it, but I'd like to give it one more go around. And we still got Phasmophobia stuff to do. I don't know if we're gonna have time. We'll have to see who else has time, if we can play that again. Otherwise, I'll just be going through to get that holographic thing myself. But we'll see. So yeah, that's that. Thank you so much, everyone, for hanging out, watching. Let's see. I don't know if anybody who is live. A lot of people don't stream on the Sundays. Crooka Gamer. Just copy that. Pokemans. Oh, I get what you meant. Crooked Gamer is doing Pokemon Legends ZA. Watch people playing that. They seem to enjoy it, which is funny. The people that I've seen playing it seem to like it, and all the people who talk about how terrible it was haven't played it, probably won't play it. Which I understand. They're not going to play it if they think it looks terrible, but I think people who have played it seem to like it. So take from that whatever you will. I haven't looked into. I don't know if I'm going to get it or not. I haven't touched a new Pokemon game in a while now, so we'll see. Well, thanks so much for hanging out with me. Thanks for watching. Hope you enjoyed Otogirisō as much as I did. I'm curious about the other endings, the rest of the story, seeing more stuff. But just what I saw so far, just those 2, is really good. It's a really interesting game. I hope to play it again sometime in the future. We'll be back tomorrow night with Silent Hill 2 and continue. So I hope to see you all there again. Until that time. Take a pic. I will bring a pic of the dog next time. So yeah, let me loop back again around because I always do this. Thanks so much for watching. Thanks for hanging out with me as always, and I hope to see you again on the next one. Until that time, so long, everybody. Bye bye.